Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo. Welcome to this edition of Some Extra Sauce. We got it all for you tonight. We got some Bears movement, some slight movement that we want to talk about tonight. We're going to discuss some of those young rookies and I'm just going to speak for me, and these guys get to speak for themselves about when and where we think these guys might be, integral in the Bears season this year. And I picked a handful of them, just to talk about tonight, because I think these guys have the quickest chance to get on the field per se. We're going to talk about that. We got drinks, we got movies, we got food, we got a chef that's waiting to come on, man. We had a little bit of technical difficulties, but we feel like we got that all straightened out right about now. But, hey, man, welcome on in. Canuck, man, bounce pass to you. What it do?
Go over the shoulder on that one. What's cracking, y'all? It's Wednesday night. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for spending your time with us for some extra sauce here tonight. Much like my man said, we're going to go around the planet tonight, do a whole bunch of different things, but definitely some Chicago Bears conversation will be had. But most importantly, we had to spend some time with a good friend of ours. He tends to wear a red hat. And he's going to do some special fare for us as per normal on that Wednesday night at the end of each and every month. So again, give him a little bit of love at Sports Chicago Style, and give us a little bit of love right here on the Nomad Network and at Keds the Canuck right here on YouTube.
Well, you know what, Keds, let's not hold the chef up too long. Let's get human real quick. I've had a hell of a week. What about you, man? How's your week been?
It's been pretty regular, you know what I mean? Like nothing special and spectacular, just kind of getting used to, again, life without the dog. That's kind of really where things are for me. I got a slice of pizza this week. I don't eat too much pizza at all in my diet as of late, but I got myself a slice, and I got to the end of the slice, and I looked for my dog to give him my crust, and I was like, damn it. And that's basically that's my week, man. Outside of that, my week's been pretty status quo, regular stuff on the job. Next week, as a heads up, big shout out to Alicia Smith, who's out there. Next week I'll be out doing the good old handshaking and baby kissing thing on the road again. But I will try to line things up and get in here on Wednesday if possible. So I'll let you guys know if that's not a possibility. Shout out to Smitty Q, who just jumped in the chat. And
you're terrible.
Alejandre, say what?
You're terrible at not letting us know, man. You're awful at that. Awful. Well,
I'm sorry. The world's a dynamic place. Stuff happens, and I'm letting you know. But like I say, either way, I'm going to try and be here on, if at all possible, but I will be on the road, so it will be a little bit touch and go. It's hard to say whether I might be at a client meeting drunk. So take that for what it's worth.
Let me ask you a question, man. This is just a real quick, before we get to the chef real quick. This is a personal question. I just had a little conversation with Mom today. I was like, hey, you remember when you okay, let me just ask you. Did your mom ever offer, good parents will offer their kids at a certain age, hey, do you want to learn an instrument, or something? Is there an instrument you want to learn, something like that? It happened to me. I just wanted to see if it happened to you, if your mom offered you that opportunity, or dad.
Both. Mostly my mom, though, but my dad wound up facilitating that. So I'm a vocalist, so I can sing. They offered me choir lessons, which I did. But if we're talking about an actual instrument, I played guitar for about 5 years and then wound up, becoming an MC and stopping with the guitar because, like, you know what I mean? Just
Do
wasn't.
you regret it?
Yeah, I do regret it. I will probably pick up a guitar here. Like, to be honest with you, don't be surprised if you catch me strumming on a guitar over the course of the next year. Just one of them things that I've been sort of looking at just getting back into and messing around with. So I have a strange feeling a guitar will materialize in my possession relatively soon. I also played alto sax for a little while too.
That's cool. That's cool, man. I was more, and in hindsight, if I knew what I know now, I definitely would have been a keyboard. I'll learn the piano. I would have learned the piano, and I didn't really learn that until a little bit later on. And anyway, you've listened to a handful of my tracks. We hear my tracks every time we do a show, and it's not hard to tell that I'm heavy on drums.
Mm-hmm.
It's not hard to tell. I really specialize in that. You know what I mean? But I can make any other sound and go along with it. But she came to me. I stayed with my grandparents until I was like 11.
Oh, does your mom? Let me just preempt this. Is your mom a fan of your grandparents? Does she like your grandparents?
Is she a fan of my grandparents?
Yes. Does she love her parents? Some people don't.
Of course, man.
Okay, I'm just laying the table because if she did not like it is a trick question. If she did not like your grandparents, she would set you up with a drum set and send your ass over there.
Oh no. I never lived with my grandparents again after that.
Uh-huh.
It was my structure is my mother was young when she had me, and my grandparents insisted that no, you going to school, you're gonna get your life together. We got him. And they just never relinquished me until I was like 11 when my mother basically had to bulldog the situation. She got, I guess, confident enough to tell them, you're not keeping my son, I'm taking my son. And that's how that happened. And, one of the first things I can remember me living with her was she was just really happy to have me. And she was just, hey, son, I was just thinking, are you interested in learning any instrument? Because if you are, I'm gonna get that instrument for you and let you learn it. If you need lessons, the whole 9 yards. I was like, you know what, Mom? Yeah, I want some drums. And she just abruptly, oh hell no, and just walked out the room.
Yeah.
You should have seen how earnest she was when she told me she wanted to get me an instrument so I can learn it. But the minute I said drums, she was like, oh no, hell no. And I was like, hey, hold on. She just walked out the room.
Brother, I know, man. I know. Like, if you think you're the first guy to ask for the drum set, my mama did the same thing because, like I said, my whole upbringing for the most part was really revolved around music and basketball and soccer. Like that was basically my entire life. And once I stopped playing guitar, I got into high school as part of the high school deal. You got to pick an instrument, and I'm like the whole time I'm rocking the drums, but they wouldn't. My high school music teacher would not allow me to play the drums. She picked another dude to play the drums. I was so mad, but I was wicked good at the drums very quickly. So I was like, man, like I want training. I want to play the drums. She's like, nah, you're playing the sax. And my mom was so happy, man. she was like, I can see. You kept telling me you're trying to get on these drums, and she was like, there was no way a drum set was going to find its way in our house.
She needed something palatable to her life. Shit. Man. I mean, I can see, like, we didn't have a garage at that time. We was renting a house, and it had a basement, but you know what I mean? I can understand. I never got mad at her. I was like, damn, man. I went back and told my homeboys at school. I was like, man, you know what my mom did? And we laughed about the shit, and we kept going. But I didn't know until the day that my dad was hella good with drums.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, man. And I guess it comes natural by way of him. She told me I never heard that. I know a few of his friends, and she said your dad was really good and into drums too. I was like, no wonder.
I picked up the drums, man, it must have been 25 years later. And I'm don't be surprised if you're a natural on the drums for real, because I'm a natural on the drums for real. It took me no time to figure it out. And you know, one of these days maybe. But you know what, man, we got a chef waiting to do the darn thing for us. So
go ahead and tee him up.
Let's get this guy going. You know,
I got the background for you. You got it.
I'm just looking for the intro. Is what I need. What is this damn intro? Why can't I?
You just find the background. I got the intro.
You got the intro. I got the background.
Give me a second.
Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. A motherfucker in the kitchen. And it will be beautiful.
Yo, Chef, you hear us?
You see us?
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
We got you.
Welcome to the kitchen of Chef Trips. I am the owner and proprietor, Chef Trips, or as you may know me, on some extra sauce, a MFer in the kitchen. And I would like to welcome you for tonight's live cooking demonstration. On the menu will be a beautiful spreads with the butter sauce over a cheesy grits. And they will be beautiful.
By the way, Chef, I love the new background. I love the new digs, courtesy of Kids of Canuck there.
That is very, very nice. Now, let's go straight to the food.
Boom. Let's get to
All right. Now that we are, what is that, an echo? Hold on.
I got you straight. No. Go the other way. Put that back on. Yeah,
How
there
about
we go.
now?
I got you straight.
Okay. So we are starting with a cold skillet and about 4 pieces of bacon. And I don't know how many of you cook your bacon this way, but to get it nice and crispy with the rendering of the fat, so we can use that a little bit later. But we will start with a cold skillet. And then we will add about a 1/4 cup of water to our bacon. And this will let all the fat render out while still cooking it nicely. So we get those all arranged there in order. And we put our fire over a medium heat. Then we get that going there. And then now, flame on. Smoke them if you got them. So we will add, say again?
No, it's interesting already. I've never seen somebody put water around their bacon.
Me neither. This is news to me. I've never seen this done.
Well, this what happens is the water heats up, and as it heats up, the fat renders out at the same time, and it will prevent the shrinkage. So we will keep this here, and because it is on a medium heat and it has the water, there will be no sizzle or grease splatter, so we don't need to cover it up, so you can see it in real time as it happens.
According to George Costanza, it's the water that causes the shrinkage.
Well, that is if you are in the pool. But there will be no shrinkage of these because these are all BBCs, big, beautiful pieces of bacon. There is no C in bacon unless you say BACON, so it fits. So now that we have the bacon going in the back pot, we will add 6 cups of milk. I'm sorry, check that. That is 3 cups of milk and then 3 cups of chicken broth.
Mm-hmm.
And then we will get those going as well over a medium-high heat, and we will bring that to a boil before we introduce our grits. Now, while those are heating and you are watching right here, these are our scrimps. They are still frozen, so I will thaw them out now by running them under a little cool water. All right, and then we will season the scrimps with a little salt, with a little, a little onion powder, garlic powder, black pepper, a little smoked paprika, and sea salt. And then also, here, we'll add 2 tablespoons of butter. I'm sorry, was somebody saying something?
No, I'm just appreciating your seasoning selection. Well deduced.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm actually thinking, man, because my girlfriend is the true bacon queen. You got bacon kings, but my girlfriend is the bacon queen. She won't let nobody handle bacon around here other than her. And this she would be.
How does she prepare it?
Lay it out in the oven.
Well, there is that. You can put it in the oven for, I think, 400 or 450 degrees for like 20 minutes, and it will lay out flat. But as you see here, now the water is starting to heat up and to boil, and you see the bacon is already starting to render. So it will stay there like that, and then this is heating up back there. And then these are our grits. These are about, what is the measurement of our Quaker quick grits? Or I'm sorry, check that. Quaker old-fashioned grits. And this is about 6 servings. Okay. So those are already measured out. And then I will shake around the scrimps to make sure they are thawing out properly. And then once they are thawed out, I will dry them with a paper towel.
I think
before seasoning them.
Let's see where we're going now. Okay.
So the bacon, we will get that nice and crispy, and then we will put that to the side. And then in the same skillet here, we will saute these scrimps, and then we will add a little more of the chicken stock and another 2 tablespoons of the butter to make our butter sauce with these scrimps.
Down below the Mason-Dixon line we go.
And all you have to do to the bacon every now and then is flip it over so it cooks evenly on the both sides.
Mm-hmm.
And it will not mess up anyway like that.
This is one smell that's going to get any animal in your house up on. He's going to be in arms. He or she is going to react to that bacon.
Well, good thing I am the only one in the house because it will be all mine. And now that our scrimps are pretty much thawed out over here, just making sure, separating them all. And then we will pat these dry because when we put them in the skillet, we want them to saute and not to steam. So we will dry them individually.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, that smell! I know that smell intoxicating.
It is very much so because there is nothing like the smell of cooking bacon, whether it's in the oven or you're frying it on the skillet. It is just a bacony smell, you cannot mistake it anywhere.
I don't know if there's another smell in the world that can compete with it.
Not that I am aware of. Even if you are at a barbecue or someplace over by there, that the charcoal and the charred meat always smells good, but it smells even better if you wrap it in bacon.
And right. I stand by that. No, nothing's better smelling than bacon.
That is very, very true. And now, as our scrimps are becoming nice and dry individually, because remember, you have to pat each one dry, no half stepping like the Big Daddy Kane would say. And then we put these in there. And then we can see that our bacon has come along nicely. And the grit water, or I'm sorry, the grit milk and the chicken broth are also coming up to temperature. And then we almost finished with these scrimps. A few more. Are there any questions and or comments?
I'm asking the chat who's getting hungry, because I can smell this through the screen. Who's getting hungry in the chat? Because man, I see bacon cooking. I'm gonna feel a certain kind of way.
Somehow I'm okay because I had a nice meal this afternoon that did incorporate a little bit of scrimp, so I'm all right now. But I think I'm just overloaded with water, and that's probably what's saving the day. Otherwise, I'd be with you. And there go the shrimp.
So now that these are thawed out, we will get them seasoned up. And as we do that, we will give the bacon a little adjustment. And then we will change the orientation like that so it cooks nice and evenly.
I heard somewhere in Silicon Valley that smell-o-vision is getting more and more real, like soon.
Well, with all of the data centers taking over the country and sucking up all of the resources, we hope that it is at least something cool out of all of that.
Smell-o-vision.
All right. Now that where did I put these scrimps? I just had them. I put them down somewhere. Don't you hate it when you put stuff down and you can't find it, and it's right there in front of me? Right so there. Now I will toss in a little of the garlic powder, then a little bit of the onion powder.
I can't tell you when the last time I had grits, Chef. Probably since I was a child. What up,
well, some people say that you can either have butter or sugar. And I say they can kiss my boo-boo because I enjoy both. Yeah. All right, so now that we get the scrimps a little seasoned, we're going to toss those around. And you can do all of this while the other part is cooking. So this is a good quick meal. As you saw that the bacon was raw, the scrimps were frozen. So you come in from work or wherever you are for the day, and then you can make some beautiful scrimp and grits to give you a taste of the Bayou or New Orleans, where I had it the first time, and it was like a party in my mouth, and everybody was there. So now we do this a little bit healthier because the milk I used was almond milk and not whole milk. And everything else is pretty much standard. All right, now that we have that there, we see our bacon is coming along nicely. We do not want to rush it. It is cooking beautifully. And as the water cooks out, you will see how it works.
Got a couple of comments in here. Damon Dice had bacon and grits just last night. Late night bacon and grits.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
He's talking about you having late night bacon and grits. And then Abdul Jones says the bacon looks really good.
Thank you very much.
Ron Winarski, I would just say, he says needs grated cheese. I would say, Ron, you might want to wait. I'm sure that's
the cheese is right here.
Yeah, I knew it.
Yes, the cheese, I do not grate it. I am not a grater, but I am a dicer, and it will melt no matter.
Oh, man.
And so back here, now that we have the meltage of the butter, give that a little stir with our whisk. And then as soon as it comes up to a boil, we will add our grits.
All right. I'm starting to see a meal come together now. That water's cooking out a little bit.
It is, as I hope you can see it very well, that it is thinning out and cooking out and evaporating, if you will. The shrimps are all seasoned and ready to go.
Woo.
And we're ready. We just let it cook. And speaking of let it cook, a shout out to the coach Big Johnsons for the start of the new OTAs for the new iteration of the Chicago Bears. And that the 2026 season, they are even better than they were in the 2025 season. And we have that to look forward to.
Hey, welcome in, Scrolls, with the scrotum kick.
I was just reading that, man. That's hilarious. Oh.
The Red Baron coming in saying, "You will kick me in the ding ding."
Oh snap! That's too funny.
Okay, now as the rear starts to boil over here, we reduce the heat a little bit so it does not boil over, and then we whisk in our grits. And there was a question. What is that?
It wasn't a question. It was just a comment, man. This bacon is looking. You're right. Like it retained its size. The shrinkage did not occur. And my wonder is like, does cooking it in water in any way affect the taste, the flavor?
It does not.
No. Okay.
You cannot water down the flavor of bacon.
All right.
And so now that we have our grits in the back pot there, and we have it at a simmer, they will be done in 15 to 20 minutes. So it is 38 now. So if we do the math, that is 48, 49, 51, 52. So about 53 or 54, the grits will be done. And we will stir these occasionally and let them thicken up.
So how long do you need for time, Chef?
For the grits, let's say 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
You want to go back to your solo screen, or you want to stay here?
We can stay here.
All right.
Because yes, we can watch the bacon cook, if you will, because as you can see, most of the water is out. The bacon is nice and rendered, and it is starting to crisp up, or it's not crisp, but still cook.
About another 5 minutes, that water is gone, and we flat skillet to bacon.
This is very true.
You know, I met a few people down in the South, man, that they really enjoy curled up bacon.
I ain't never seen anybody cook bacon in water in my life.
I've never seen this myself. This is new to me.
I'm really interested to see how this turns out, man.
You know,
and it looks like it's working.
What happens is it will stay exactly like it is. It just cooks. It will keep the same shape. It will keep the same size. It will just crisp up.
Wow.
I've learned different little techniques on how to keep stuff from curling up when you put it on hot fire, on hot skillets. You have to kind of cut it a little bit, put little slits in it. Give it a
that is like with the fried bologna or something like that. But what happens here is remember the skillet was cold and the water was in there as well. So it was not hot, it came up to heat at the same time. So it was not a shock to the meat or to the fat.
That's
so it warmed up together with the water and with the skillet. Oh, the back is boiling a little bit over. No worries.
Uh-oh.
Let's give that a stir. Starting to thicken up. Let's grab that handle. Because it is starting to get thickened down there on the bottom. Now that we give that a nice little stir, we get the grits coming together.
Breakfast for dinner.
It is always delicious.
I had that probably 2 weeks ago.
And we bring our heat down to a medium low, because with the top on, it retains more of the heat. Is why it boils over with the top on instead of with the top off. So we keep that there. You keep that there, and we can see get a nice little on the bottom of the skillet, and that is the flavor that we will be enhancing with the scrimps and with the butter sauce. So we will be deglazing this skillet, so we want all that goodness in there.
Hey, Demond wants you to throw some links in there with that thing. He said he's hungry as an MF.
Well, this is a MFer in the kitchen. So you are in the right place to be nice.
Hey, you want to hear a fat boy? I like breakfast sandwiches. I'm gonna tell you guys a little excursion I did recently. So I love a good sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich. Not a biscuit. I just don't do biscuits, but I like a sandwich, preferably croissants or something like that.
Okay.
But I threw a hash brown on that thing the last time I did.
Oh, you never did that, but you ain't done that. You
never did that before in my life.
No.
Changed my life.
No, we call that a farmer sandwich out here in Canada. That's a farmer in you. You got it.
Oh man, that was so good. I should have put some strawberry preserves on it. Is what I should have did.
Now you talking?
Yeah, everything that you can have on the breakfast plate, you can have in a breakfast sandwich.
I love breakfast sandwiches.
And as we see, the grits are starting to come together.
Getting some consistency, sir.
So,
yes.
So what is in the pot? What is in the pot? You got almond. Yeah, you got almond milk. You got
chicken broth and butter and grits.
Butter and grits.
Yes.
Okay.
And the only other thing going into the pot will be the cheese.
Okay.
You sound confused.
It's not confusion per se. It is I am foreign to grits.
Yeah, I was just about to say I can't imagine this. That's too popular in Canada.
It's not popular in Canada. It's not popular in the Caribbean either. This is just a little bit of a different. This is all new shit for yours truly.
Well, you've never seen grits?
No.
Ah. Well, this is interesting because this is a southern breakfast treat. They're kind of like they're not like oats, but what are grits like? Somebody in the chat help explain grits.
Kind of like cornmeal.
I was just gonna say, is it like cornmeal? That was gonna be my
yes.
question. Okay, all right.
Yeah, similar to cornmeal. Now, as we can see here, the bacon is starting to brown and get crispy.
Okay, so in the Caribbean, we do a cornmeal porridge, which is
it'll probably be similar.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess something that might I forget what they call that, maza or something that they put in the tamales, but that stuff is a little bit smoother than the grits. The soft stuff that's inside the tamale.
They're nice now.
And then you give it a little scrape all the way around the sides and on the bottom to make sure nothing is burning or sticking. And it's like what the Goldilocks. What did the Goldilocks like to eat?
Curds and whey.
No, it was porridge.
No? Oh, my bad. It is porridge. Yeah, it's porridge.
Kind of like porridge, I guess.
Okay.
Or gruel, if you will.
Hey, this is going from smell-o-vision to piss me off vision. Because I didn't eat but once a day. I got up and went to.
Oh man, I knew the chef was coming, man. I knew the chef was coming. I made sure to get a little breakfast this morning, which I usually do not do. I usually don't eat till about 2:30 in the afternoon. But I knew chef was coming, so forget about that. I got the food in me, and then I had a nice dinner, man. Even took a little nap.
Oh,
got it all out of the way.
speaking of the chef coming, I noticed once again that even though this is the last Wednesday of the month, and it is the night for AM effort in the kitchen, but the chef trips was still not featured on the thumbnail.
You know, I will do better. I'll be conscientious about that. Wednesday got so much going on. I will do better, Chef. I will.
Thank you very much.
Chain nomad.
Hey, shut it.
Now we see how the skillet has its warm areas. That's why I rotate it around, so you don't get too much cooked in one area and not the other. So now we can see where the sizzle is happening there. And because this middle piece is on the hot side or the hot area, we will just swatch that over for a thicker piece. So it keeps the even cooking, even though all of the bacon pieces are not the same thickness. Like this one right here is very thin, so we keep that on the outside. But it is coming along nicely.
To this day in my life, I've never seen anybody mess up bacon.
I don't think you can, but again, the water piece, I was like, okay, this is new. Let's see how this turns out. I was very interested. And so far, it looks good, man.
So now, because of the thickness, we can turn the heat off of the grits. And because we are turning the heat off now, we will start to add our cheese into the grits.
Ooh. It's about to go down now. In a real way.
And then we get those little downstairs. And then we let the heat do its thing. And then we come back and stir it in a few minutes.
See, the thing
once they
is,
are all submerged nicely.
Might be some people out there like, hey, man, you didn't even cook your shrimp yet. Shrimp don't take very long to cook, though.
They cook about 3 minutes total. And that gives the grits time to settle and set up as the cheese melts. And the beautiful thing about grits, you can make a pot in the morning, and they can be there all day, and you can reheat them, and they are beautiful.
I've never had shrimp scampi.
What?
Don't crucify me.
How you mean?
Never had it.
Are you just not a shrimp guy?
No, I'm a shrimp guy. Since I was a kid, I just never had shrimp scampi.
Okay.
I just like my shrimp fried, mostly.
As in battered?
Yeah, and I'll eat it in like shrimp fettuccine. I love that.
Okay.
But shrimp scampi, never was interested enough to order it.
I don't think there's any. I've never had a bad shrimp dish, so I'll just put it like that.
Oh, really?
I've never had what kind of a shrimp dish did you have that didn't work out?
A stuffed shrimp. What was it? A stuffed potato?
It was a potato with shrimp stuffed inside.
It was a stuffed baked potato with basically braised shrimp in it.
Oh, that's
it was too shrimpy for the potato. To me, it was just like it wasn't bad. I would just say it just didn't fit with me.
It didn't work for you. Okay. Yeah, I've never had. I'm trying to think.
As we can see here, all of the cheese is now melted.
So the grits are that's like super savory, right?
Yes, they are. Very much so.
Okay.
And so now those are hot and ready. And as we can see the bacon here and how brown it's getting. And then we give it just a few more minutes. And then we will put it to the side.
You never had somebody that made the shrimp too kind of like gummy?
Well, that happens if you overcook it.
Overcooked.
Yeah, so you can
it becomes very rubbery, very chewy.
Yeah, you can overcook shrimp at times, so there's that. But even overcooked, man, I really never had like a bad shrimp dish, man. I really haven't. Never left a shrimp on my plate. You know what I mean? Shrimp's great.
Very much so. I concur. Now, how do we see how the bacon is coming along?
Bro, the bacon looks great.
In a couple more minutes, you can put that thing on some paper towels or something.
Yeah.
Yep, it is all ready to go.
So my
I
granddad,
like to prepare.
my pops used to take all the kids out, his kids, all the grandkids on their birthday. He'd take us all to a buffet, and that's the first thing I would get: is shrimp, some chicken, some macaroni and cheese, some mashed potatoes and gravy. That would load my whole plate up with that. I didn't care about nothing else, and then at the end, a little ice cream.
That's like holiday dinner with my family. We have a very specific, and it's something my mom's used to make, but a very specific fried shrimp that we make as a family. Both my sisters have adopted it, so every little holiday dinner, there's a mountain of shrimp, but like within 10 minutes of the dinner starting on, that shrimp is gone. Like the shrimp flies off the plate so fast. There's fights and stuff over the shrimp. It's crazy.
Look at how stiff and erect that bacon is.
You let it sit for a minute, it's gonna get real tight.
That's what she said. That's actually beautiful looking bacon. I did not expect to see that come out of water. That's crazy.
The miracles of science.
Indeed, I'm going to have to steal that.
Doesn't look like it left a whole lot of crusties either.
No.
Not a lot of crusties, but there is still the bacon grease and the flavor right there. That is no more water. That is all bacon. So now we have a medium heat, and we will do 2 minutes per. Check that. 2 minutes on the first side, 1 minute on the second side before we add our sauce.
I assume.
So once I get them all in, the kids, can you let me know when 2 minutes is up?
Okay, so your 15 minutes will be up in 20 seconds. I'll restart the clock in 15 seconds.
You can restart that because we already turned the heat off of the grits.
Perfect.
These smell beautiful.
2 minutes, we're on the go.
Beautiful. Because you can overcook the shrimps very easily. And that's what the Nomad was referring to. When they are rubbery or too chewy, that means they were cooked too long.
It can happen.
So we can leave those there. We don't want to move them. We just let them cook. Oh, it smells so good.
I know you pissing somebody off in wherever you live at. Somebody's smelling this.
Well, because they are used to being neighbors with this MFer in the kitchen, they are used to the beautiful smells.
Either used to or just have accepted their fate in being pissed off.
You might face some a little bit of aggressiveness here, man, because I know this smells real good.
And a lot of people, so they're not sticking.
A lot of people can't cook, don't want to cook, too lazy to cook, and they want something to eat. And I know it's pissing somebody off. I guarantee.
As we can see, the tails, the tenor parts are starting to turn pink. And that's how you know the heat is getting up in there all good. How is our timing looking, the cats?
30 seconds, sir.
Thank you very much. And as we can see, the grits are done and beautiful and getting nice and thick. And they will hold their heat very well. So now that we see this going, we can start there.
I gotta get some. We gotta get some shrimp now.
Then we want to turn them all over individually.
Oh, that little fella in the middle. That little fella in the middle got it.
Let me know when you want me to start for another 1 minute, sir.
1 minute now, please. And then as soon as that time is up, we will add some butter.
You missed some of them guys around the right edge.
No, right there.
All right.
That one's good. Yeah, they've all been turned because I can tell because of the chart right there. So now we will move those to the side. And then in the middle, where the heat is, we will put our butter.
No butter. Of course.
Sure.
Butter. As we also are deglazing the skillet with the butter and our chicken broth.
Right on time. That is your minute.
Thank you very much. Sometimes you use all of your senses to cook, and I could smell them.
You know
and I was
what?
like, yes, it is time.
Ron Narcy says I like shrimp on the grill. Last time I did these was at my younger cousin's wedding, and I did these in skewers. I had skewers, and I did them over flame. I flame broiled those bad boys, and they were good.
That sounds lovely. And as soon as we get a little simmer here, we are good. But we are basically good here because the heat that has melted the butter, deglazed the bottom of the pan, and made a nice broth. And because it is a nice broth, let's give it a little taste. But it will need a little something something. In the name of a little bit of pepper. Then we also are going to add, just to give it a little bit of a kick, some little French red hot.
I was thinking.
Hey, do you ever use any Old Bay here?
Okay.
Yes, we do, and that is sure. Let's add some at request, which is right here.
There you go.
You see that is simmering there. And now our squints are done. Now we just give them a little stir there. Nice. Now that we get the simmering going there, we can kill the heat. All right, so now we have that there. And so we will remove these from the heat totally. But before that, we will set up our new grate. So we put this over here. We'll move this one over here. This one back here. It's kind of like Tetris, but different. Then we move the cool one over here. And then we use our silicone mat as the bottom there. And then our work surface, which is a cutting board. Add that there. So we can turn the fan off. And now we can start to dish up our food. Put that over there. And let's get a bowl. And let's get some of our beautiful cheesy grits.
All right. This basically is porridge, kids.
Okay.
Yes, like a porridge. Okay, we can put those there and put that there. And then we will get some of our scrimps right there. Put these in there like that. Just put those right over the top. Now you can also top them with some green onions if you like. So we have those in there. And then after we get our bacon over here, let's grab a crease and crispy it up in there.
You know, I saw somebody recently on TikTok make a homemade peach marmalade to put on top of all this. And I can imagine how that would work.
Yes, you can get experimental and jiggy with it at all times. So now that we have there, let's get a little bit of our butter sauce.
And that's your
And then
marmalade right there. I like that.
we'll put that right there. So this is our completed dish. We have our bacon over the top of our sautéed scrimps and our cheesy grits with the butter sauce. Now let's take a taste. So come up here, please.
Let's get the chef here. And bada boom. There he is.
So now that we have our bowl, let's see how it tastes. It's hot.
Ooh, that's hot.
Mm.
I heard that bacon.
Very creamy. And you can tell that, like the grits, normally you can cook them in water, but the added flavor with the milk and the chicken broth adds those other layers of flavor. And then the sautéed scrimps, nice and beautifully done, not chewy at all. These little cockroaches of the sea are delicious.
Wow, that looks good, chef.
And then the bacon as well. So that is how you make this dish: the cheesy grits with the butter sauce sautéed scrimps. It took however long it took, with just a few ingredients. The grits are, you buy them by the box, and that's like $4 or $5. The scrimps were like $10 frozen, and then the pound of bacon was like $8 or something, because the prices are ridiculous. And the rest were just kitchen staple ingredients. So you can make this on a budget as well as quite tastily. Any other questions and or comments?
I'll tell you what, man, this is that's a good looking dish, man. Hold on, let me get you back up here. That's a good looking dish, man. That's a very good looking dish. It's not the
Thank you very much.
I can eat that. I can eat that. I don't know if I'd order it, but I'd eat the hell out of that.
So I'd love to make this. I can't find grits anywhere
in Canada.
Would you believe that?
That's hard to believe.
They keep trying to sell me oatmeal.
They're the same family, and the Quaker Oats makes them both. I don't know why they would sell one without the other.
That's the next thing. Do you guys get Quaker products?
So I think Quaker is a Canadian company. Would you believe that?
Well, that's as you can see here, these grits are Quaker.
There must be no market for it. That's why.
Can you order them off the interwebs?
Okay, I'm lying to you. It's Quaker's actually based in Chicago.
There you go.
So you do have Quaker products in Canada?
Really, we I know that they have a manufacturing facility in Ontario. Like in not. I'm actually where I'm going. Where I'm going in a week, next week is right near their manufacturing facility, which is pretty crazy. I'm kind of surprised that they don't sell it in this market. It looks like I would have to almost import it in via Amazon, which is crazy. Because I'm looking at this, I was like, you know what? I ain't had it. Something I would like to try out. I would, I'd whip this up, a la Chef Trip.
Kid, you can go to a homeless tent somewhere, anywhere in America. I guarantee you, there's a Quaker product in there.
I believe. Right? This I totally believe, and I'm kind of surprised. When you showed me the package, I was like, Quaker. What are the odds I can't find that at the Walmart?
Mm-hmm.
Don't look like they carry it here at all. Crazy.
So, are there any other questions and or comments before I get out of here?
It was just a lot of reaction to it. People got hungry watching it.
Yeah, I think everybody's trying to figure out how to get themselves something to eat right now.
I'm trying to figure it out my damn self.
Well, as all of the people should know, whether they are listening on the Nomad Network or at Ted's the Canucks or at Sports Chicago Style, also known as Triple R SCS, or my own channel at Chef Trips. But on the last Wednesday of the month, on some extra sauce, a effort in the kitchen will always make you hungry. So I do encourage you to try some of these recipes for yourself and see how easy they are, and flavor them as you will. So with that said, I'd like to thank you once again to the Nomad and to the Cats and to the Triple R for allowing me to come into your homes from my kitchen. So with that said, any other questions or comments before I leave?
Well, I want to speak for the community. Well, I know we appreciate you being here every time, every month, Chef, giving your efforts and your recipes, man, to the world, man. We appreciate you like no other, man. We love you. Keep on doing it. Keep on bringing the uniqueness to it, man. We love it. We appreciate you, man. Can't wait to see you next month.
Well, thank you very much. And so until then, thank you once again for coming to here at Shea Trips for a effort in the kitchen, starring me, Chef Trips. So I will see you on the interwebs, on the aforementioned YouTube channels, or next month at the end of June. So until then, once again, enjoy the recipe, try it for yourself, and let us know if you enjoyed it. So until next time, bye.
See you, Chef. Holla at you. Love it, man. That looked good. Kid, you muted, man.
That's our boy, the chef, man. He's doing his thing. That was interesting. Like I say, Richard's just not a staple. In Canada or in the Caribbean, we tend to lean towards cornmeal in the Caribbean more so than anything else. Over here, you'll get oatmeal, which I've never been a big fan of. But what the heck? I would definitely try out grits for the sake of trying it.
I cannot believe you cannot find grits.
I just spent a couple of minutes just searching because I would order some right now. They'll be here in the morning. I'll whip some up tomorrow because I got some jumbo shrimp. I actually thought out jumbo shrimp today, so I'm ready to go.
So wait a minute, you can't even order it.
I can order it, but I don't know. Let me double back and check again, see how long it's gonna take to come in.
I was about to say that's pretty wild.
You know what I'm saying? Like I thought that I could just go to the like Walmart's 4 minutes away from my house, man. Just go up the road, go grab some grits. One would think.
Yeah, it is a long way from the South, Scrolls. It's they got different traditions up there, man, and you know, grits is about as American as apple pie. Everybody's got grits. Everybody's got oatmeal. Everybody I know is either an oatmeal guy, grits guy, or both. I just had enough of them when I was a kid. I just don't want no more.
To make matters worse, they want to charge me a lot. These grits are expensive, which is kind of surprising to me. But
look at Smitty. Look at Smitty's comment. He's American as apple pie. Just read that comment.
It says my Waffle House usual 4 eggs, sausage, and a cheese omelet with grits and wheat toast. Okay, yeah,
that's all right. That's how it goes. They got the Waffle House here. They got your IHOPs of the world that I don't know too many people unless you have nowhere else to go. And you got one place down in the South that I don't know very many people that know about it called the Huddle House. And they do all that kind of stuff down there too. It's basically
Southern breakfast thing.
It's a Waffle House competition.
Okay.
So yeah, man, cream of wheat, yep, all day in my household.
See, La Flama Blanca saying the same thing. He sadly never had grits either.
Wow, where you from, Blanca? Where you from? He's probably from somewhere.
I bet he's Canadian. Mind you, La Flama Blanca. You could be from anywhere.
He said IHOP is pretty good at truck stops. Like people, like most people go to IHOP because they like pancakes. I don't eat pancakes. I just
You don't?
Nah, not since I was a kid. I don't eat no pancakes.
Damn. Look, ain't nothing wrong with a good pancake, but I have my palate has changed to favor the waffle at this point. Waffles are dope. They're really good.
Waffles are good. I'm just floury stuff and sugar. I'm very conscientious of, and I usually don't eat any of it.
Like I'm saying, I used to make my own waffles here all the time, but I even have a waffle maker. But it's been, man.
I've had a crepe.
Oh yeah, crepe.
I had that a couple of times. It's pretty good. It's kind of airy, and I like that.
Yeah,
it's pretty sweet.
Well, it's the stuff that's inside the crepe that's usually sweet, right? So you're looking at like some sort of jam usually.
I had one dusted down in New Orleans. It was good. The same time I had those I forgot what they call those things down there. That's really good. Damn, what do they call those things down there? Oh man, you got me stuck. I forget what they call them. It's a French name. Come on, y'all, help me out in the chat.
What are you talking about? Oh, beignet?
A beignet.
Yeah.
Beignet, that's pretty addictive, man. That's pretty addictive. I can see
just a donut.
I can see somebody with a sweet tooth way overdoing those. Overdoing them.
So funny. I didn't even know that existed, but because I'm so close to Quebec, like the word beignet just means donut. Like it's actually what the translation is. Just that's what it is. But in down south New Orleans, they do it in a very specific way. But you can find that. I can find that right over in Quebec if I ever really felt the need. I've been to a couple of buffets over on the Quebec side, and yeah, they have for breakfast crepes, beignet, waffles. They do it up, man. The French cuisine buffet is pretty wild.
Hey, remember that time I told you about one of my homeboys? We got in trouble with his girlfriend because we was up. We kind of worked the same shift, so we get off late at night and start playing PlayStation till wee hours in the morning. And his girlfriend would get up, you motherfuckers still in here playing? She'd be going off on us, and he'd be like, man, just chill out, man. Just don't even say nothing. I was about to leave. He told me, he said, man, just chill out, man. She's gonna make some breakfast. And so she would go in there and make homemade waffles. She would make pancakes, eggs, hash browns, and sausage. And something about that sausage when it rolls over into that syrup, I never really had a taste for that until that. I didn't know. It just happened.
Wow. That's like one of the best flavors profiles that, you know what I mean? That strange mix that the two things touch that you don't really want to touch, and then you taste it and you're like, damn, that's really good. Like, I don't know what it is, but sausage and maple, like especially real maple syrup, one of the baddest combinations known to mankind.
I had no idea. And it just dribbled over in there, and the scrambled eggs got in there too. Ooh, that shit was good, boy.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, this is why chicken and waffles works. People like you, I remember the first time I heard of that, and was talking to. Sorry, I was telling some white people about it, and they're like, "Are you for real? Like, why would you put those two things together ever? Like, what's wrong with you?" Yo,
Yeah, you're right, Scrolls.
you know what I'm saying? You mommy, salty and sweet. You damn straight. That's what it is.
Dog, I had no freaking concept of it. I was just like, well, damn. Well, damn. And it was like, he's like, man, I told you don't go nowhere, bro. He said, I told you don't go nowhere. That's how you know you got you kind of a keeper. That she'll make a badass breakfast like that for you after that.
I've never had anybody make pancakes and waffles at the same time for breakfast. That's just crazy. Hey, Trip, what's going on? Your boy did it again.
Yeah, no, I always enjoy watching them from backstage. You know, man, that looked like a kind of quick, easy, somewhat, I guess, inexpensive dish for the day and age it is. You know, so hell, I'm looking forward to getting a little taste of that myself.
Man.
Like I'm saying, I want to do that too, but first I'm gonna have to clearly import myself some grits because I don't know what the hell Canada's doing. But
hey, you know what's funny, Smitty? That cat probably about $1.50 soaking wet. He lived off of Mary Jane. Let's just say that.
Oh,
and a whole lot of he ate a lot of chips and candy and that type of stuff, man. He's got health problems, man, because he just ate all kinds of BS. You know what I mean? But yeah, he wasn't big at all. He's getting big now. But I think that might be the medicine he take. But man, yeah, that's all. That's diabetes on the plate. Is what it is, man. Truth be told. Right. Yep. Truth be told.
No.
What you trying to say, Red Baron? We all look alike?
Oh,
that
nicely played. Snap. That was great. That was well.
All right.
It's fun.
I'll tell you what, man. Y'all want to, since we just had something to eat, let's get into some drinky drink first. How about that?
Smitty Q said waffles and pancakes is diabolical. I can't.
It really is, man.
I can't even argue with the statement. It is.
It was like an option. I think she was just. I know now she was just showing like that's one way a black woman, a real good down to earth black woman, will show you how much they care about you. It's that way, letting you know. And I was his friend, and she was letting me know, like, you welcome too. Have your choice. Have your choice. I'm more of a waffle person. But all right, let's get on some drinky drinks right quick. Give me a second. Give me a second, pull him up. And what we got here. You might like this, man. I'm a fan. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of spring summery tasting drinks that you can keep in your refrigerator and go to the tap, as you see down here on this image, and just get you some. You got people around, go to the tap.
I got to know you.
Anybody want to read the ingredients? Go freaking ahead.
Yes. All right. Ingredients of jungle juice: orange juice, lemonade, strawberries, oranges, club soda, cranberry juice, vodka, fruit punch, and white rum.
Damn, I'm actually, let's do this summer.
Get you one of these containers, bro.
I've got a bunch of these upstairs, man. I rock these all the time. So I'll just set this up, set it to cool, and sit out back, man, and enjoy this shit. This looks real good.
Dog, you can't go wrong. I've made so many versions of this, and this the more fruit you put in it, with the flavor variations of the fruit, the better this tastes. The more juices you put in it, the better it tastes. And you can take your pick of whatever liquor that you prefer. If you prefer a dark liquor, you prefer a light liquor, doesn't matter. It's not going to mess up the flavor profile of this whatsoever. The only liquor that I wouldn't put in this, that's just me and my taste buds.
It's like a whiskey.
No. I probably wouldn't put a bourbon in here.
Okay. All right. I can dig it. Too sweet to kind of throw things off.
and it's a little too strong, man. And it's you'd have to have some drinkers around.
Yeah,
because it's gonna come out. The other pretty much any other thing, any other liquor you put in here is gonna be hidden around all the citrus.
And I'm all about citrus. You know what else I'm all about? I'm all about Josh Jacobs catching strays throughout the course of tonight's show. So just keep it up in the chat.
So what you trying to say? Josh gonna be making jungle juice in his cell toilet?
No, oh damn!
Both of y'all need some help, man. Why y'all doing that?
Because F Green Bay,
FGB.
Y'all both need help, man. Go see somebody. You kick somebody to scrotum like that, man.
Wow,
he's going through something personal. I read the story, and it looks like something that's been going on. He's been trying to get separation from somebody, and there might be some trumped up charges. It looks like to me.
You know, there's certain times where I feel empathetic towards people and their situations. This ain't one of them times. Just color me not giving a flying.
Bet all my money it'd be gone. About $100,000 he gonna have to spend, maybe a couple hundred. It'd be gone.
Yeah, he'll probably be starting this season. So
yeah,
for that matter,
I wouldn't be doing no victory laps right now. But hey, again, this is Jungle Juice, man. You talking about? I'm focused right now on good spring, summer type drinks that you can keep. You have some people around, you're barbecuing, you throw it outside. You know, this is good, whether it's cold or hot or just warm. This is good. This is good. You can pour this straight into a cup. It's probably preferable to have ice in it. But if it's not, as people start having a good time, they won't care if it's cold or lukewarm. They don't give a damn.
Well, what you do is you keep the ice out of the jar and keep the ice in the cups so it doesn't water down your concoction. So as people get it, you know, it's getting spouted over, you know, fresh ice.
Yeah. This is a bomb way to handle your summers and your get-togethers. That's in my mind, this is the place for that. Also, I like to have something like this in the fridge, you know, just for your girl get off and hey, how you feeling tonight? It's a little warm in the house. You know what, it is warm. Let me go get a cold drink of this juice here.
Man, I need to put the world on pause because FFG just blew my mind. FFG is saying this here. Get you a good waffle maker. Check. Got it. And put chunks of sausage and a little cheese in the batter with a side of bacon and eggs with maple syrup on top is the bomb. And
FFG back gonna be big as a motherfucker.
Well, this is something that you do. It's like when you go to one of the hotels that got the complimentary breakfast in the morning, and they got the waffle machines and stuff and the sausage. Now that's when you get hook it up and get jiggy with it. But you got to put some cheese and like some bacon and or sausage in the pancake batter or the waffle mix, and just to have that extra layer, those layers of flavor and foods in the batter itself.
Hey, hold on, fellas. I forgot to do this.
You know what?
5 seconds. Give me 5 seconds.
All right. Yeah.
Bring your kids to bed. Parental advisory is warranted here. Explicit content. I don't want kids to be watching this. Put them to bed. We're not.
Yeah, Alicia Smith, you go to bed. Damn it.
We're not trying to offend anybody, so letting you know ahead of time. This is rough content for you. But back to the juice. But what were you saying, Trip?
He was just saying at the Best Western.
Oh yeah,
take over their waffle maker and contaminate it. And I'm with it. I think that's a brilliant plan. I do have, but I do.
But then also, if you're at like a hotel and they got fruit out, it's like what you do. You grab you some of these orange slices, you know, strawberries, whatever they got. Then you bring it back to your room and you find a little something and you make this concoction on the road.
Oh. Okay, that's not too wild either.
Yeah, because all you need is, you know, get you a couple bottles of the airplane bottles, you know, and then mix it with the fruit, and go down to the ice machine and load up, put it in the bucket. Yeah, you're good.
I'm trying to think of the last time I went to a Best West. It might have been on one of my visits. And it was, I can't remember even eating breakfast because as soon as I get up, people are there at the hotel to shuttle me on off.
No, that's why you gotta get up early because I think they start breakfast like 5, 6 in the morning.
Yeah, it's like 6 in the morning when they start up. Now, just a little side part to that FFG post is the cheese. So just like you were saying with the sausage nomad, cheese is an underrated mix that works with maple syrup as well that people would not have like. So my wife makes French toast with cheese on it. And the first time she made it for me, I was like, what did you do? Why would you know what I mean? Why would you put cheese on my French toast? Why would you do that without asking me? She's like, just try it.
Shut up, eat it.
You know what I mean? I was so mad that she's now destroyed something that I would normally have really enjoyed.
What kind of cheese was
it? But you ate
like regular cheese slices. Just
regular American cheese.
American cheese, man.
Or Canadian cheese.
How was it?
Just cheese to me, brother. I'm just letting you know, it works. It worked really well to the level that if I don't kind of get cheese on my French toast now, it ain't done right. Just saying.
Hey, you know what? One of my one of my nieces, man, she told me she finally at that age now where she's getting in serious relationships and shit. And she told me, she's like, when a woman be cooking for you and cooking for you real tough, she probably want to apologize to you about something. Number one. Number two, she probably hiding something.
Oh, well, that's just a given with or without the food. But continue.
I'm not taking that as man, that's not always the case. Some people are just raised like that.
Oh, snap.
If I think she might be, if any of those two things are going on, I'm kind of reluctant to eat that shit.
Wendy, that's the last. I don't eat McDonald's, but that is the last thing that I might eat there. It was definitely the last meal that I had at McDonald's. Is the one thing that I will potentially go back and eat is a sausage McGriddle with a little maple syrup on top of that. It's dope. It's a great combination.
McGriddle. Last time I had a McGriddle once, and that messed my stomach up.
That might happen as well, but I'm just telling you, delicious flavor profile. But all right, what's the next juice, man? This jungle juice is crazy good, man. I think I'm gonna have to knock a couple of these out this summer for sure.
Yeah, man. We got another springy kind of drink, but a little bit more, let's just say, a little more mature.
Ooh. All right, I got this one. Black Magic. Ingredients: grape juice, raspberry liqueur, blackberries, squeezed plum, black grapes, crushed ice, and good old-fashioned whiskey.
Yeah, I'm not a fan myself of raspberry liqueur. Blackberry is kind of all right as long as they're sweet.
You can buy that.
Yeah, but it's like it's got a whole lot of fruits in there. I'm not a big fan of.
You don't like blackberry?
Yeah, they're all right, and plums are kind of okay.
Yeah,
and
okay.
I prefer the green grapes or even the red grapes.
I love a really ripe plum, and this is a really ripe looking one.
It looks super ripe. I'm not a big plum guy. I don't, man. Anyways, yeah, I'm not big on the plum. Blackberries I love. Raspberry liqueur. I would, if it was me, I'd probably be using the sourpuss, which is like a sour raspberry, which would give it a lot of kick. But that's just me.
This is it's like if you look at the drink itself, you can see that there's cut plums in it. Like me, I'm gonna squeeze the juice out of that plum. I'm gonna squeeze it. I'm gonna squeeze all the juice out of that thing. I love everything on here. If it had to be one least favorite thing on here, and I ain't gonna say it's a bad thing because I wasn't always a big fan of raspberry. All this stuff grows natural around me. All of it. I can go pick this stuff off the tree in 2 months. I can pick it fresh.
You have raspberry bushes growing?
Raspberry bush, grapes. I don't know about black grapes, but you can get grapes around here. You definitely can find some blackberries. I got 2 in my yard. And yeah, man, I can pretty much do this anytime I feel like it.
Yeah, I got a bunch of wild raspberry bushes growing in my backyard now too. Trying to grow strawberries. That's my next little move. But
do you collect the raspberries?
Yeah, and once they're ready to go, for sure.
Yeah, the only raspberries I can deal with are berets.
Like most people don't. I know a lot of people.
The kind you find in a secondhand store.
Oh, yes.
Mm.
And if it's warm,
I know a lot of people who don't like grape juice. I love grape juice.
You know what? Like, I used to swear by it. It used to be my favorite juice, especially Welch's. And I don't know what's happened to me over the years. I couldn't tell you the last time I had a glass of grape juice. I couldn't even tell you. Just doesn't work.
Grape soda?
I haven't had grape soda since I was a child. I hate it. Not in.
Oh, I love. That's probably my a Fanta or Crush grape. #1 drink in the world to me.
Yeah, no, I can't do it, man. Can't do it. Give me something citrus and I'm in. Period. I'm a citrus guy.
Dark fruits, and I'm not talking about sodas. I'm talking about dark, really, really dark fruit is scientifically proven to be have more nutritional value than any other. The darker the berry, the darker the fruit, more nutritional value to it. Yeah. And so just remember,
I guess that goes for fruit too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Remember that as you're making your choice. Anytime you're eating fruit or any kind of fruit, anything, remember that part. The darker that berry, the more nutrients you get, more things that can help your body.
Is it more nutrients or is it sweeter?
It's both.
Really interesting.
Some goji berries.
So elderberry is another one. Very, very underrated berry. Blackberries, elderberries, but elderberry in particular. Just giving you guys a little, if you can, I don't care how you get them. You can get however if they're not natural to your environment, order something with strong elderberry content in it. It's very healthy. Just go, if you want to know, just go do a little legwork on it. Elderberry, very dark berry.
All right.
It got a lot of people I know through this whole COVID thing, man. People went to the natural, the very natural, efficacy thing that everybody was doing. A lot of people was going for the shot, and I understood it, but it didn't hurt to have both going on at the same time. So I definitely got some of that going on in my cabinet right now. Elderberry, blackberry, mulberry, any dark berry will help you. So, all right.
I know.
Y'all want to talk about some food?
Let's do it.
Let's get on it. I want to see how y'all react to this one.
What do you got going on here? Oh, okay. All right, I'll take care of this here. Philly steak pasta. Ingredients: olive oil, elbow macaroni, bell pepper, sweet onions, mushrooms, garlic, Italian seasoning. I didn't see that coming. Beef broth, heavy cream, provolone, and ribeye steak.
Can't go wrong. that you cannot go wrong. There's some people, like if you've had a good Philly cheesesteak, for sure there was yellow onions, sweet onions on there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And different people like I ain't that big a fan of a whole lot of bell peppers on a cheesesteak. I'm just telling you, because different places cook them differently. I like them to be really, really cooked. Mushrooms, that's another optional thing for a lot of people on a cheesesteak, but this isn't a pasta. So I'm not opposed to anything in this dish, but open to hear what you guys think about it.
Yeah, it looks good. I'd eat
it. Tripping front. This looks great. I'm not all the things you just sort of said, I have my little quabbles with. I love bell peppers, love sweet onions, not a big fan of mushrooms. But in this little scenario, I would actually just eat it regardless. You know what I mean? Like mushrooms kind of add a very specific flavor profile when
earthy.
It does, like especially when steak is involved. I don't know what it is about mushrooms and steak; they go together so well.
Savory.
It took me a long time to get over the texture of a mushroom.
Brother, me too, man. I'm like I say, I'm not a fan, but and it might even be like over the course of last year, but at some point this past year, I was just hankering for a steak, and it must have been November. And it'd been a couple months since I had a steak, and I was like, I damn it, I'm gonna go get a steak. So I went to the grocery store to go buy it, and the steak was like $30. And I was like, this is ridiculous. You know what? I can just go to a restaurant and get a steak for $30. Forget it, and somebody else cook it like a professional chef. I have to waste my time. So I went straight to a restaurant, ordered my steak, and it came with a side of mushrooms. And I was like, all right, like I'm just gonna taste this and see how it goes. And the mushrooms added such a fantastic flavor profile to the steak.
How were the mushrooms presented? Were they whole?
No.
Portobello mushrooms, or were they sliced?
Sliced
and sautéed?
And sautéed with like obviously some sort of steak spice involved. I believe there was some peppers and onions sort of mixed in with this sauté, but it was mostly mushrooms, and it was delicious. I was like, this is like the first time I might be leaning towards eating these mushrooms more so than the steak. And every bite I had to have a little bit of steak and mushroom together. I powered down that plate. I was really proud of myself. But moving forward, like I'll do it.
You know what I love about a dish like this, and I'm seeing it just I think the internet and the connection that people have through the internet, it's like a big ass small town is what it is, and it's pushing chefs like Chef Trips to expand their variety a little bit, trying different things, because there's all kinds of dope chefs in all different parts of, whether it be Canada, United States, anywhere in Europe, Africa, wherever. They're all over the planet, and they can all come together and learn something from each other through the internet. And that's creating this. There's no boundaries no more. There's no boundaries, and I love that. The variety out here, man. You can use something from Vietnam, something that's famous in Vietnam, in a dish that you've been eating your whole life, and freak that thing out. And vice versa. That person in Vietnam can use something that we've been knowing about forever and freak a Vietnamese dish out. And so I just love all the togetherness that comes in the food products that come online, man. I watch these things sometime and piss myself off and make me want something to eat, but I just love the flavor profiles, like Ethiopian food, like people eating that stuff for the first time. What can you use in an Ethiopian seasoning cabinet to make your dish jump off a little different? Stuff like that. So a Philly cheesesteak pasta, I can imagine this being a bomb dish. Even though I've never had it, I can taste this.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm with this. Philly cheesesteak, and under normal pretenses, if we're talking about a sandwich, for me has traditionally been hit or miss everywhere outside of Philadelphia itself. and in Philly, it's a hit for sure because they know what they're doing. This is something you can dabble a little bit with and mix it up and add some, some zest and zeal and seasoning to. And I think that kind of, helps the overall dish. So I might have to steal this one and whip some of this up here because I got me a freezer full of ribeye. All I'm missing is I got heavy cream in the fridge. All I'm missing really in this here mix is probably provolone. So that's something I could do one time.
I might go with a little rigatoni here.
As far as the
instead of the elbows,
the noodle.
Yeah, I could. I'm starting to take a little bit more of a liking to that, and I don't eat that stuff unless it's on a cheat day for me. But if I do decide I want some pasta, which is rare, very rare, I'm going for a pizza or something like that on my cheat. But and that's coming.
I was just saying, I'm with you there, man, because I had my first pasta dish in gotta be 2 years this past week. But I would, because I have just about everything we're talking about here, I wouldn't mind throwing this down and giving it a taste. And I would use the butterfly pasta. That's the bow tie.
Pasta. Yeah, I think the thing with the elbow pasta though, with mac and cheese or anything with some kind of juice or sauce, is that it goes up in there and those elbows.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to just coating, the other pastas because they don't have that opening.
Like you're right. So I would go with the thinner ziti.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thinner ziti here because of that reason he just explained.
Yeah, and for some reason, every time I say whole now, I finished watching The Boys, kids.
Oh, okay.
And there's a lot of mention of holes going on.
Is that
all different kinds of variations?
I've been eyeballing that show for a couple of years, man. Is it good?
Yeah, it was good. I watched like the first season or two, and then I got bored because they go on hiatus and all that shit. So now that they're done, I watched them all, and it was like, oh, okay, cool.
See, I knew you'd like it because you a week ago we talked about this up behind the scenes, and he was like, I can take it or leave it. I was like, dude, we're getting to the end. You're gonna like it. I'm glad you watched it because there was some
a lot of holes.
A whole bunch of holes.
All right. Any last thoughts here, Trish? Let me get your thoughts on anything you would omit here, because I know you'll throw anything in a pot and eat it.
No, everything kind of goes.
The Boys was dumb.
I mean, you got the Philly cheesesteak stuff, and then you got the kind of mac and cheese stuff. I mean, I would eat it all.
My girlfriend would make me hack up these peppers and kind of make them invisible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'd have to dice them up really small.
Really?
Yeah, she ain't really with seeing the peppers, man. It's just something psychologically, man. I was like that for a long time.
Yeah, the flavor. I mean, is because you can have peppers and different things, but like somebody said in the chat there, I think it was Red Baron, like the mushrooms, they absorb whatever flavor it is you're cooking. The same with the vegetables. And so they kind of take that ribeye, Philly cheesesteak flavoring on, even though they're still, bell peppers. So whatever you're cooking, it has that flavor. Like if you stuffed peppers with ground beef, let's say.
I remember in a science class trips, one of my earth science teachers, I'm talking about 6th, 7th grade or something like that, grabbed teaching us about mushrooms and different things about all I know is on the surface they don't look like a very fibrous plant, but they are very, very fibrous under a microscope. There's a lot of, let's just say, pores in that vegetable. That's what we call it. It's a vegetable. It grows out of the ground. It's a lot of pores in it. So the part where Red Baron is talking about how it absorbs, the flavor of whatever you're cooking, that's exactly true when you look at it under a microscope.
And that's another vegetable that, the longer you cook it or have it submerged, it's gonna shrivel. So if you want a nice big whole or big meaty chunks, you want to hold off adding it to the cooking dish until last.
So, all right. Any last thoughts, kids, before we get out of this one?
No, let's see what else you got up your sleeve.
Mm-hmm. All right. What I'm about to put on the screen now is very basic, very, very American. I just want you to know this is my recipe that I suggest when you're doing it. Here we go. This is my recipe. Go ahead. We'll talk about it afterwards. Anybody?
Yeah, we got buffalo wings. Ingredients of flour, cornstarch, peanut oil, butter, hot sauce, salt and pepper, lemon juice, garlic, and wings.
Now,
I'm not a huge fan of buffalo wings because everybody makes them a little different. And they always kind of burn my boom boom on the way out. So I'll go with, like a honey barbecue or something, a different flavor. Unless there's like a crap ton of like blue cheese and ranch.
Oh, it's gonna be a lot of blue cheese in my house. That's the only way I won't eat them no other way. If you gave me ranch dressing, I'll eat it, Bobby. I will curse your damn restaurant to hell.
Mm-hmm.
Because once you
eat over blue cheese,
man, you gotta have blue cheese, man.
Yeah.
And ranch,
I agree.
Ranch is no substitute for blue cheese.
No.
Mm-hmm.
It's just no substitute. It's just the best, the flavor variation, the way it hit off of each other on your palate. It's just the hot and the cold of the blue cheese. And so let me just tell you. And so people might be like, hey, man, what's all that flour, cornstarch, and peanut oil? Listen, I'm gonna batter mine first. I'm gonna batter mine and then dust them in the I'm not gonna overbear my wings with too much. I'm gonna spin them in a bowl, mix them around real quick, put them on a plate, and by the time you get them, they're gonna be crunchy as shit, hot. And I'm gonna water mine down a little bit because the hot nowadays gets to me a little bit more. And so mine I'm gonna cut it a whole lot with the lemon juice and the butter and put a little bit of water in it to kind of tame that hot sauce a little bit. And so when you taste mine, it's gonna be very lemony, very garlicky, and very buttery at the same time. That butter helps the sauce stick to that wing.
Huh.
Strangely enough.
I'm surprised you batter yours, given that you're kind of a keto guy.
It's a cheat day thing, and once you do that, you don't want wings no other way.
Oh well, okay. Like I said, for me, chicken wings are one of those things that I can eat without batter, and it comes out perfect.
As they say, naked.
Absolutely stark effing naked, and the way that I put it together, and like you cracked out, you blessed up the Old Bay there a little while ago with sorry, not you, but the chef, with the previous meal that the chef was cooking. I slapped some Old Bay on there, sprinkle it up. That out of the air fryer, my wings come out crispy and delicious with just a little bit of sesame oil, and that's it. Yeah. Sesame oil and maybe a little bit of, you know what I'm saying? A little bit of Old Bay, and they come out so good.
Bro, when you get to this country and start eating, if you come to Chicago and start going around eating wings, you're going to be a different guy. You go back to Canada. I promise you that.
Okay.
I promise you that. Because the way they do wings in Chicago is most places you go to, unless you up in business north or somewhere, you can start getting into the south end of the city. Most places going to have battered wings.
Yeah. There was a special, I forget the name of the restaurant, but it was like not Boston. What's B-Dubs? Buffalo Wild Wings. There you go.
Okay.
And they were having some kind of special wings were $1 a piece. And my brother texted me, he was like, man, I'm old enough to remember when wings were $0.25 a piece.
Yeah, me too. I was gonna follow up your conversation with it, but you keep going.
No, that was it. It was like, well, yeah, that was then. This is now, motherfuckers.
Yeah, we had a spot in the west end of town that we used to go to all the time. That they would have a specific wing night, quarter wing, and you go ham up in there, man. You don't get a side order of French fries, and it's on. It was crazy, but real talk, it was more or less what you have on screen right now. It was buffalo style, battered, a little bit of hot sauce. Sorry, a little bit of hot sauce. Soaked in hot sauce and served out, and away you go. One flavor to rule them all. 25 cents. Go.
I've never went somewhere and they were 25 cents. I've seen 50-cent wings.
Really?
Fairly normal for me.
Yeah, 25 cents. There was
what was that? Crimson put up a comment. Hooters over Buffalo Wild Wings, and I was actually for some. It was a birthday from my youngest brother. And we went to Hooters, and I just feel out of place there because all the young, weight crew is like, "How old are you?" No, I'm too old to be up in this piece.
Well,
I ain't got my Chester card like that. No, I don't get down.
That's where you misunderstood, homeboy. That's where you misunderstood.
Because I remember Hooters from back in the day with the boobies and all that. Now they just got regular old chicks in those made up in there.
And most of them on meth now, but
well, there's that.
Ouch.
No, but a lot of these were like, it's like you can just look and be like, I got clothes older than you.
You know what? I on another note, I've never seen guys get smashed to the ground by police more than I ever have at Hooters, and it's always white guys, man. I don't know, they have a little bit to drink and they just get touchy. Can't keep their freaking hands to themselves.
Bro.
Dude.
At the Hooters restaurant?
At the restaurant. Man, I've seen so many guys get smashed to the pavement by police at a Hooters restaurant. Damn. And I've only eaten there maybe 6 or 7 times. And 3 out of the 7 times I've seen cats get smashed, multiple in one night. I'm like, dude, it's just a girl that's wearing some skimpy clothes. Calm your ass down.
Mm-hmm. And kids, I was not dropping my napkin on the floor on purpose to try and smell them as they walk by. So get your mind out the gutter.
I don't believe you per se.
Vicious rumors.
Were they wearing open-toed shoes? Because if that's the case,
I think that's a requirement. Because they serving food.
Okay, all right. So
not serving.
It's a bit more believable now.
Hey, bro, I seen a white guy throw a pitcher of beer across into the mirrors of Hooters, across the bar into the back where the mirrors were. Smash that. Throw the food. I mean, just because they told the police that this guy touched me when I went by.
Mm-hmm.
What?
I'm like, dog, it is not that serious. I'll come over there and whoop your ass myself.
I don't know where you're getting off at the Hooters, like touching people.
Right. Because we've all been kicked out of strip clubs, so smacking that ass.
No, you on your own.
Oh. Okay. Well, actually, it wasn't. We weren't removed.
Here we go.
One of those. I was with somebody who had like a membership, and the next time he went, they was like, "Oh, your membership was revoked because your previous guest had smacked one of a few of the girls on their ass." It's like, "Well, don't put your ass in my face. You don't want it smacked. How about that?"
Damn, we all.
Unless you, hey, Trish, just know, man. Unless you gonna pull out the guap, don't you sit on your goddamn hands, man. That's just protocol in the strip club, man.
Oh yeah, I know. I see. That's the thing. During security at those things, you kind of get that attitude like you don't give a shit because it's not my club. I don't even live in this damn city. You don't give a fuck. So you let your hair down. Let it all hang out. Smack a little ass. You'll be all right.
Well, you might get smacked up by the bouncers too. So
but that's part of the fun, okay?
They're waiting on you because they've been watching your weird ass since you came in there. They ready to put hands on you.
But guess what? They didn't say shit to me.
Well, all right.
Then it all
worked.
Like I said,
it all worked.
It's like smack now in one of my establishments that happens. Yeah, that they will be addressed directly. But this was, hey, that last time you was here, your guest did some shit. It's like, y'all couldn't say shit though, But I was young, living kind of wild like that. Now I'm mature, kids.
Is there any other way to eat wings other than bone in? I don't know.
Well, wings without bones are called tenders.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Or flings.
Yeah.
Come on, Crimson. It was a couple of hefty heifers up in there.
Man, I've seen it's funny how we ended up in this conversation about strippers and loosely.
It was 3 weeks ago. Paul, you caught him.
That's what wings. And you in an environment where they're selling wings, you might have somebody that can't keep his hands to himself, and
especially when they're trying to pump you with shots of tequila.
That's
all right, man.
Limit on the alcohol.
This is my thing with the when you're gonna make buffalo wings at home. Take these instructions, but also season the butter as you're melting it. Season that butter, salt, pepper, garlic, that butter, and then once you get through, when you put that into the hot sauce and it comes all together, it's got a nice silkiness to it that sticks to the coating of that wing, man. And I'm telling you, it's different after that. It's different. You're going to want to sell them after that because people are going to react to them that way.
But then also now we mentioned the ranch and the blue cheese, but don't skip on the celery. That's a nice cool down, along with the ranch and the blue cheese from the hot sauce. And all that.
So true.
You sound like my girl now.
It's true. Or carrots too, man. I enjoy a couple. Yeah,
carrots too.
Couple of carrot sticks with that.
Because guess what? They all taste delicious when you dunk them in the sauces.
You're damn straight.
Every time I make them, they're all over around me, and I literally don't really have nothing to do with it. I might eat them the next day or something like that, but while I'm eating those wings, I don't give a damn about
it. Who has always reheated wings if they were cold, or do you eat them like pizza right out the fridge?
Well, depends who you are. You can do either and or. Some levels of savagery are acceptable. There's definitely acceptable savage.
There's every other man. There's a Conan, the barbarian, that just don't give a damn.
Hey, look, I'm just saying, in this particular realm, Conan is welcome. You can be Conan. It's fine. Savagery is acceptable. Personally, it's going in the air fryer for me, man. That's where it's going. It's going in the air fryer, get a couple of minutes. You reheat it, get a little crispy again, and it's on again. Chicken wings come out the air fryer like
it's not the same when it's cold, Trips. It don't jump off. The flavors don't still come off at you when it's cold. You gotta open the flavors back up.
See, and Scrolls is nailing it. Always air fry leftover chicken. Microwaves make them taste gamey. It's so true. And I hate leftover chicken in the microwave. Real talk, I only use the microwave for like 4 specific tasks at this point in life. I own one, but I seldom use it. I use it to melt butter. I use it to make popcorn. I'll have to get back to you on the other 2 uses. You know what I'm saying? Like I never use this machine at all. I hate it.
But man,
reheat rice.
Important thing to note: if you're gonna make your own buffalo sauce, your choice of hot sauce is important. Now, I'm not going to tell you what to go do. It's for me. I'm going to start that with Louisiana. That's just me.
Louisiana is the best.
Might be a Texas Pete person. Texas Pete probably is my second favorite one. But I do like Frank's. It's good. Frank's is very rich though.
Frank's does a Louisiana as well. I've never had the Texas Pete though. I'll have to find that and test that out.
Oh, Texas Pete is good. It's a great stuff. Texas Pete is good. Actually, Crystal is pretty good too.
Sure.
Pretty good. But what up, Leo, Crimson, Scrolls, everybody that just busted up in here, man. All right, that's it for the food, unless you guys got any other thoughts here, man. I'm getting hungry. Oh man, I'm hungry.
Yeah, I wasn't hungry earlier, but damn. Here we go. Anyways.
Crystals, there we go. Scrolls, no.
Yeah. Okay.
Gotta get you some of that.
I'll keep my eyes peeled for crystals now. Too.
I think Louisiana is top echelon, but crystals or Texas Pete. I'd say crystals next and then Texas Pete. And in that order.
Okay.
All right, here we go, man. We got some Bears content to talk about. Let me pull this down. So within the last few days, we had a guy that I've been watching. Okay, let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys remember the D coordinator that was here, the last D coordinator we had with Flus?
Was that Greg Blanche?
No, he's from Buffalo. He was a coach.
Oh yeah, Washington.
Yeah, well, I think that was his name, his last name.
Wait, wasn't that the one that got arrested?
No.
He's the guy who took the job after the guy got arrested.
Yeah. Damn, I can't think of his name. Anyway, that was a few years ago, right? At this point.
Yeah.
Ever since then, well, to understand where I'm about to go is to know that when I'm in the off season looking at potential guys that can come and be a Chicago Bear, it was contractual reasons, or they're changing over coaches. Anytime any of that kind of stuff happens, I look at the system that they coming out of and why the Bears within the system that we run might be attracted to them. And this guy I'm about to put on the screen right now is somebody I've been watching for literally 3 years now. This is AJ Epinesa out of Buffalo. He's 6'6", 260 pounds. He's a second-round pick in the COVID draft, which was 2020. Has been to Chicago for a workout. I don't know if you guys knew about it. I'm going to give you guys a chance to speak on it before I do the full breakdown. But man.
Yeah, he signed with somebody. I don't remember who, but he failed the physical. So he was put back on the open market and then brought in to Hallis Hall. Eric Washington. Yeah, maybe that was him.
Eric Washington.
But yeah, AJ, he was defensive end out there in Buffalo. I don't think he has a history, let's say, quote unquote, with Dennis Allen, but the can't hurt, bring him in if he's healthy, let him compete, kids.
Yeah, so he's on a 2-year. He was on a 2-year that I believe ended. So he should be a free agent right now.
No, he was a free agent, and then he signed with the team this offseason, failed the physical, so he got released.
Oh, so he failed the physical. So now we're testing it out.
Crimson, I have no idea why you feel that way. I'd be interested to know, but I don't understand that one.
Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't say that I'm reluctant to see. I wouldn't say that. I do recall Nomad and I having a full conversation about this particular gentleman maybe a year ago. Might have been too. During the general neglect story we've been talking about with regards to that defensive end or edge position. Epinesa is sort of middle of the road. A lot of upside. He's still super young. I think he's about 27 years old. So I think he's definitely worth a workout. Bring him in, test him out, see what you think. Might help out the overall rotation. Is AJ Epinesa a world beater? I'm gonna say he's not, but again, I think he'd be a solid addition to the rotation.
All right, let me give you guys what what I've been thinking about him. And it seems like every offseason I've always bent towards watching his tape again. This is let's just say he's not the guy that's going to get you 15, 18 sacks. That's just not his game. I'm going to tell you what his game is. He's very good being a 4-3 edge, and that is being an edge setter in the run game, being a difference maker in that way. And with the size and length, he is very, very effective at disrupting passing lanes, especially in the short game. He reads this. He doesn't just take off and just run in there willy-nilly, just trying to impress people with how many sacks he gets. He rushes very disciplined. So he gets off the ball really, really fast. He's got a very good burst. He gets off the ball fast, gets into his blocker, and he's patient at that point to see what the quarterback is about to do. It's consistent throughout his tape. And these are the kind of guys that you need. And so when you hear an edge rusher coming into the league from college telling you they're just working on trying to, stay disciplined with the pass rush and trying to, maintain sight on the quarterback and all this kind of stuff, because a lot of these guys come into the league and they just take off and run wild after the quarterback, and you have to be disciplined because the short game is real in the NFL right now. So what I love about AJ Epinesa, since I started watching this film, is how disciplined he is with his pass rush. Like, the sack ain't the most important thing to him. To him, it's making a play. And that's, these kinds of stats, like, I just say I probably seen more, pass blocks in his tape than I see in your average edge rusher. You should, because he's 6'6". And that's why a particular coach that's running a 4-3 would be attracted to a AJ Epinesa, because he can be effective in the passing game on defense. That's not for nothing.
No, like he's good at what he does. He sets that edge. Again, I would not he's not a world beater. I would not expect that 10, 15 sacks from this guy. It's not what he's there to do. But I do think, again, just overall, I'll say a couple of things. I do think after losing Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, I think he might be a good addition to that overall rotation. I'm still kind of surprised that they let him go after spending a draft pick on him. But here we are. In any event, I think he'd be able to set that edge and really help out from a rotational perspective. The real downside to me is I don't know what the dollars and cents to bring in a guy like this is going to cost. He's coming off more or less a, something close to about 10 mil a year. And I'm not so sure the Bears are really looking to spend that at the edge.
Here's a particular note about AJ Epinesa. Like, it's you have to watch enough to see it, but if you can make that quarterback, if that ball is going in the direction, now he takes, I don't know if I've seen too many right side edge reps. He takes most of his reps from the left side. And so he's at the, a right-handed quarterback typically throws the ball better going to his left, right? And so that's where he's always in the trajectory of the ball. I don't know very many edge rushers outside of maybe, say, Josh Sweat or even at times Montez Sweat, with the kind of length that makes quarterback tuck the ball. And he just blows up plays that way. That's almost as good as a sack sometimes.
Yeah.
When you make them tuck the ball, make them dirt the ball or something, throw it out of bounds, just because he just threw off the timing, because he's right there with play recognition, knowing where that ball is supposed to go. And he's right there in that passing lane. So he's valuable in a lot of different ways, that being one of them. And it really sticks out on his tape that I've been looking at for a while here, man. He's got some qualities to him that may not show up on the stat sheet that you like, but he's got some really good qualities to him.
Epinesa was set to sign. Excuse me. Was set to sign with the Cleveland Browns on a 1-year, $5 million contract back in free agency, but the agreement fell apart after he failed a physical. Now, in late May, Epinesa still remains on the open market.
Bad for Cleveland, good for us. Whatever
Yeah, so
happened
$5
to him,
million.
whatever happened to him, and I do believe I can remember during that playoff run, he got nicked up somehow. I want to say I remember hearing about that or seeing it during the playoffs or something, but somewhere in that playoff run, I think he got nicked up, and maybe he just didn't have enough time to recover, and he needed to show and prove, being out here on the free agent market, and he went out there a little too early. Gave himself some time and went and performed. I've heard no indicators out of the Bears workout that he didn't pass the physical or any of that.
And you said
but he did leave town without a contract offer. So
that don't mean
nothing. So you said that he was signed to Cleveland for $5 million?
Yep.
Yeah. That is.
Now you can get him at 3.
Well, we'll have to see what the Bears really want to spend on this position, because again,
that's fucked up, man. You gonna lowball the man?
I ain't gonna lowball him, man. I'm just reality of it. That's probably where it's gonna be at, somewhere between 3 and 5.
Yeah, like man, if he was getting 5 and he was supposedly healthy, I guess that $2 million off. And Wendy's saying still holding out hope for Cam Jordan. That's the thing with the veteran defensive ends that are still on the market. They ain't gonna sign with nobody, till camp, because they ain't trying to do OTAs and all that stuff, because they're vets. They'll roll in the beginning of camp and start to gear up so they're ready to go by the first game.
I just like this particular player for a lot of different reasons. I always thought he was a fit, even when Flus was here, but he's definitely a fit. In the same for the same reason he was when Flus was here. The length, the quickness off the ball, the play recognition, his style definitely fits what we do. As you talking about supplementing the edge rusher room, and I don't care where you have him in the rotation, you just upgraded your roster. You get this guy on the roster, however you get him here. If he's healthy, he's an addition to the roster that's going to help us deepen that pass rushing group. And it ain't going to cost you an arm and a leg.
No, I think the price tag is probably more commensurate if you're talking between 3 to 5. That's what they want to spend on an edge rusher. There's not a lot of cap room, clearly. I'm just wondering. Yeah. I'm just wondering do you want to spend it here or do you want to spend it elsewhere?
Where?
What up, Notch?
Where else do we need to spend it at?
No, not with respect to position, but with respect to player. You
mean like extending Darnell Wright kind of thing?
No. I'm thinking I don't know. Like, I like what we would get out of AJS. Like, AJS Epinesa, in my opinion, he's just depth at the edge. He's not really going to do anything besides setting the edge and or really helping us out if there's an issue with Booker or Sweat. Right? This is just more. He's just more depth to me. Quality depth, but depth nonetheless.
He's a kid. You know what he is? He's a more polished Austin Booker, but without the Austin Booker, I'm gonna tell you why I'm saying that. He's got the same kind of measurables as Austin, and what's different about Austin, and it's just the youth in Austin. Austin is more full bore attack mode. This guy rushes with a lot more discipline than Austin. And the aggressive Austin works for us. When he's supplemented into the game in this rotation, the way he rushes the passer can be effective in a different way. And so I can see how the duality between those two players can fit. Whatever down and distance you got, let's just say you got a 3rd and, let's say, 12 or something like that. Oh, let's just say a 3rd and 7. And that's one of those downs you want to put Austin on the field because it's going to be one of them. We need to get back there fast, and you need to be powerful and quick about it. And that's more Austin Booker. Let's just say a 3rd and 12 where it's going to be a kind of a thinking man's down where he might have to, wait for something to develop. That's when an AJ Epinesa can be very effective because of his pass rushing style. You see what I mean? Like when you need aggressive, full board, get after the quarterback, 3rd and 7, that's more Austin Booker. 3rd and 12, it's more AJ Epinesa because it's going to take a little time to develop.
I fully agree with what you're saying. I'm just wondering if, I don't know. Like I know they want to sort of give Austin Booker the opportunity to grow and own that position. Do we need depth here? Absolutely. But I think you might have sort of nailed it. These two players are very similar in scope. We'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. There's other edges out there that they could get as a relatively 1-year rental case scenario. If the plan or a general idea is to go out and get a leading pass rusher, whether down the road in free agency or in next year's draft. So we'll have to see. We'll have to figure it out.
Hey, he typed in, he says, I'm concerned with AJ Epinesa's medical issues. I heard that is why Cleveland released him. We were just talking about that right before you got in here.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, whatever went down in Cleveland, he gave himself some time before he went and worked out for anybody else. And I haven't heard any residuals to his workout. If it didn't look good in Chicago, I think it had leaked out by now.
Well,
it would have leaked. Now, it's been a few days since he was here.
And I think Tripp is sort of saying it as well. If he left here without a contract, maybe
no, that don't really mean anything right now.
What do you mean?
It doesn't really mean anything right now because all the workout is for you, the agent, and that player to know that we're thinking about adding you to the team. We want to make sure that you're right, even if they don't offer him on site night. Like if he was really, really impressive, like, oh shit, that can happen right there on site. We can make sure you don't leave the building without a contract. But if it doesn't happen that way, that doesn't mean they're not still really interested in the player. It just doesn't work like that. They might want to take their time, see, might be another guy or two that comes in here. Who knows? But I think if they brought him in here, they know they want him. It's just about making sure the dollars and cents adds up with his agent now.
Well, the only reason I was saying what I was saying is just because if you want the guy, you don't really want him to, to go work out somebody else. You don't want that to happen at all.
You gotta leave room for negotiation. That's what they have agents for. So they could have came. He got the sense that they want to offer him this. All right, I'm gonna go in there and work out. Okay, I like the workout. He looked good. Okay, let's go back to the table and let's see what we can come together and do. And so now, because of where the Bears are, they have to negotiate this. They if they can get him down to the amount that they're looking for, somewhere in between $3 and $4 million, 3.5, give him a bunch of money, most of his contract guaranteed up front. However they structure the contract, to me, it's prudent that they take their time and do it. It doesn't have to be an on-site. We ain't letting you get out of the building signing. It doesn't have to be that.
Well, like I said, we'll have to see. It's just me. I would have cordoned off. If the player actually shined, I'd cordon him off and say, hey, look, I don't want you to go and extend that conversation with another team who might push my price point up. Let's have a conversation right now and get this deal done. Another little something in the chat is Anthony Wilson was asking, is Epinesa Chicago's own?
He's
right?
from Oak Park.
You got it.
Which is the first suburb to the west, connecting suburb.
So he's also he also went to school at Edwardsville, Illinois. So
you got that going on, kids.
Yeah.
You got the hometown thing going on. You also have,
likes those.
You also have a guy that's coming from a team that's right there at the edge of a Super Bowl, getting ready to get an opportunity if he comes here to sign with another team that's right there at the edge of the Super Bowl. So both of those are factors, guaranteed. Now it's about talking turkey right now. That's what's going on behind the scenes. And, the agent's going to play it the way he's going to play it, try to set up other workouts to get the Bears more interesting. That's why they get paid.
Well, they could also be waiting, because June 1st, cuts are Monday.
Yeah. There you go, Trip.
So they could be like, well, see who else might shake loose before, we commit to AJ.
Now you're thinking.
Well, and the flip side of that is, who knows who gets cut?
Exactly. Right? We don't.
So it might be somebody's completely different, separate. And
so that works better for the organization than it does the player.
Of course.
And because the obvious reasons being that, there's a limited market before June 1st. Yeah. So if they can come to a deal before June 1st, it's probably a little bit more advantageous to AJ Epinesa before the market gets a little more littered.
Right, because all the current street defensive end free agents will be joined by who knows how many more. And usually the June 1st cuts are the expensive guys. So veteran, experienced otherwise.
You got it, because they don't want to pay that bonus, that roster bonus that they have to pay on June 1. So, yeah, a couple of heads may roll and potentially roll in Chicago's direction. So we'll have to keep our ears to the ground on this. June 1 is Sunday, so we're getting real close, right?
Monday.
So is it Monday?
Monday.
I thought June.
And I think I heard Greg Gabriel over there on the bar room, what the pod fathers say, that they won't be processed until like June 2nd. So that's Tuesday.
Yeah.
We can get structure done, before that and get something, we're agreeing to terms, but they won't get inked like Greg is talking about until the next day.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, AJ or whoever, as long as we see that, Ryan Poles is doing his due diligence, just checking out what's to be checked out. So see where we go from here.
Well, the show is all about Greg. It ain't really about Aldo, but yeah, that's how he is, man. Greg is he's into the weeds when it comes to football, especially X's and O's and dollars and cents. He knows that shit.
Well, I think isn't the name of the show Greg Talks Football?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes.
No, GTF. That's the name of the show.
I know. So, Scrolls is being facetious if you
Red Baron's just being Red Baron.
Yes.
I've seen a couple times Aldo just like, God damn, Greg, you're a little much right now. But they do this.
He's old, he's spicy. You don't give a damn.
Very, very much. All right, this is AJ Epinesa, man. I'll say it again. I've been off and on his tape for the last few years, literally. Every offseason, I'm on AJ Epinesa's tape, seeing how he's doing, because we run a certain kind of system, and he's coming from a system that fits what we do. And so it made sense to always look at certain players with certain measurements, and he definitely fits, right or wrong.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
he would be a good depth piece in this scenario, especially if we can get him at a cost-effective rate. We'll really see what that looks like, as well as whether he's healthy enough to compete. But I think we hit the nail on the head by understanding we got about 5 days between now and next Monday to really find out whose head might roll. And if nobody's head rolls that looks better than AJ Epinesa, potentially maybe he might wind up being a Chicago Bear.
This is a good job by the Bears front office, GMs and scouts, checking this box before all the flurry happens after June 1. This is a good job here, making sure that you have somebody identified that you know fits and you would really like to have. But let's see what else happens and keep your fingers crossed here, kind of, because it can go either way. It can definitely go either way. But what we're here to talk about tonight, as far as the Bears go, in for the most part, is how these guys, these young rookies, let's just start with the obvious guy. What I was thinking about, Kids and Trips, and you guys can tell me if you think I'm off or on, but I was over the last few weeks of breaking these guys down. One of the things that we keep running into, whether it's in the chat or us amongst each other, is how often, when do you see these guys playing a particular role with the Bears? Do you think it's going to be early? Think it's going to be later in the season? We keep running into that a little bit. So let's just go ahead and break this down tonight. I just selected a handful of guys that I think will probably be a part of the rotation, like right now. Like, of course, Dillon Thieneman is the most obvious one to talk about because there's 99.9999% chance he's a starter. There's 0% chance that he's not a starter. And so let's just talk about that and get that out of the way.
He's starting.
Yeah, as long as he so far, they were impressed with his physical ability as well as his mental ability and processing of the defense, the offense, where he's supposed to be and such. And from the reaction of Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen on the last, 1920 Hallis Hall Drive or whatever, when they showed the live war room shot when they drafted Thieneman, and it was like, all right, they were pretty much like, all right, day one, play one. This is our guy. We're penciling him in, and it's his job to lose.
Trips. I'm not one to do. Samo used to tell me all the time, man, you need to take you some victory laps. And I'm just like, man, that's just not me. I was all over this cat the entire offseason, telling people, all the no maniacs, everybody that watches Kids of Canuck, everybody that watches Sports Chicago Style, support all of us. But everybody knows that follows us over here, that we them dudes, man. We told y'all. This is the best safety in the draft, all around. And I was the same way Dennis Allen, they said Dennis Allen was feeling about Dillon Thieneman. I was smitten that way throughout the entire time watching this tape. And I let you all know that. I let you all know that openly. I was like, this cat has got it all. And lo and behold, they draft him. But to see the 1920 football drive and to see that the feeling was mutual inside Hallis Hall, yeah, it makes you feel good because all the work you do to prepare for these shows and do these breakdowns, it was warranted. But I ain't one for no victory lap. Everybody knows that anybody that follows the Nomad Network and what we do over here, they know we for real over here. And they know we for real, so I ain't got to do no victory lap. Don't need to, but he is the best safety in the draft, and we got him.
Yeah, because the scuttlebutt at the time of doing all the mocks was, well, there's not much daylight between Thieneman and McNeil Warren at safety, and so obviously we got to go defensive end or edge with our first pick, so we wouldn't have the opportunity for Thieneman because he's not going to the second round, whereas McNeil Warren usually did drop in the mocks.
It wasn't just that, Trip. It was that most of the time Thieneman was gone by 15, right?
Well, if the money people or whoever the hell was making the picks up in Minnesota was really thinking, instead of like, hey, we're gonna take the big guy with the foot problems, versus the safety that's coming in, doing his thing. And so when that happened, I think that the whole draft strategy not changed, but changed to the Thieneman pick, as opposed to if Minnesota had, selected Thieneman, Now, where do the Bears go?
It's a great question because honestly, I have no clue what they would have done in that scenario. But thank goodness it didn't rear its ugly head, and we got ourselves a safety to start in 2026.
There is no way in hell. I mean, we're luckier than pigs in slop right now. I'm gonna tell you why. And one of the things I don't think I expressed this, after watching the tape, not explicitly anyway. One of the things about him you'll notice if you go back and watch, whether you're at Purdue, whether you're at Oregon, it'll be consistent. It's one thing to be really, really good at coverage and really, really good at play recognition, knowing how to be, where to be with your leverage. What do we mean by leverage? I'll say it again. It's how you position yourself on the field to make a play, whether it's left, right, in the middle. It's basically space and distance, and how you can react to the play and how much time it's going to take for you to get to the play. Very impressive with this cat. Super impressive. It was professional. And what's even more impressive when you watch more and more tape is when he does have to come down into the box, whether he's coming from out high or whether he's already positioned in the box. When he comes down to finish a play, because remember, when you're playing free safety or any safety, you're pretty much the last line of defense. When he gets to the ball, he doesn't miss, man. He does not miss. That play is over. That play is over. You hear me? Great finisher. Great finisher. I can say all those attributes about Kevin Byard being the same kind of guy. And so what I'm saying to you all is, yeah, you're using a lot of memory bank, a lot of knowledge of the game, a lot of understanding of the game that came with Kevin Byard that can't be replicated in a rookie. But this guy is very advanced for a rookie. Very, very, very advanced. And that's particularly attractive to somebody like myself or Dennis Allen that's looking at this cat's tape. It's like, a lot of guys bite on this or bite on that. No, he stays steady. And when it's time for him to get downhill and go make the play on the ball, he's just not biting shit. He's very, very knowledgeable and really, really field smart. FBI is incredible. I'm telling you guys, it's very impressive, man. And you have to be that as a safety. You can't be herky-jerky, biting on this, biting on that. You have to be steady. You have to be steady. And this guy, I'm telling you, we got a steal here. I said it throughout the offseason before we got him. We get this guy, this is one of the steals of the draft, and we got it.
And Red Baron, FBI stands for football intelligence, not female body inspector. So settle down.
Oh,
I'm telling you, I can't wait to see. I can't wait for Bears fans to see how actually good this guy is. It's just, anytime you're learning a new system, it's just about recall now. It's about making sure you know what the checks are. If you see this, you see that, you know exactly what the check is to make sure you got your discipline on the defense. And that's just muscle memory. It's just recall. And it just takes a certain amount of reps, for him to get to where he needs to. But he's going to be a great one. I'm telling y'all right now. This is going to be a great one. Not a good one, a great one.
I know.
Any last thought about Thieneman before we move on to the next guy that I think is going to play a significant role?
Yeah, let's keep it moving. Looking forward to it.
Okay, here's another guy. I don't know. Now, this one is interesting because it's going to all have to do with his bandwidth. Xavier Thomas. Depending on how quickly he can get this, it's a lot different for somebody on the offense with the verbiage in these plays. A lot different than playing on defense. It's not that complicated at all, but it's still a lot of getting used to. But on the offense, it's a lot of volume. A lot of volume. If you heard Ben Johnson talk about the offseason and where they were at when he got in here, you heard him say, he said, we spent the entire year just installing. Think about that. You did mini camp, you did OTAs, and you did full training camp, and you still we're installing new plays all the way at the end of the season. Think about that. So every week he was coming out with new stuff. And so that gives you some kind of idea. And every play that he's coming up with has similar language with it, but it's different. And so when you start asking how soon can a receiver really, really be an effective member of this team, it all has to do with his bandwidth. It's all about his bandwidth. We hoping it's early, but I know it's going to be at some point. He's going to be a huge factor in this year.
Yeah, I would agree with that because his skill set is multi-dimensional, so he can come in, right away, and he's battling, Khalif Raymond for primary kick / punt returner, either and or. And then I'm quite sure Ben Johnson's going to have, a package of plays for him, 10, 15 or so. And then every week, adding on and or different positions. And he's going to, have him in the backfield as a running back. He's going to have him out as a wide receiver. He's going to have him all over the field because we know how Coach Football Psycho does. And kids will go into it more after he's watched the tape of how, Xavier and Thomas will be utilizing this offense. Kids?
Man, I've watched it. I get it. To me, it's just a situation where he's going to start out playing special teams. Much like you mentioned. I think that's where he's going to cut his teeth, and really not just get his initial start, but start to put that fear into the hearts and minds of defensive coordinators league wide.
He will not waste away on the bench at all. They will find a way to get him involved.
No, he will be starting as a special teamer guaranteed. And once you sort of get an understanding as to, holy smokes, this kid's lightning fast. He's shifty. He's doing things in special teams that are admirable. And then you start to line him up. And then you start to put him in the backfield. You line him out right wide. You put him into the backfield from a wide position. You line him in the slot every so often, and you get him on a crosser or a drag route, reverse, jet sweep. Any and all of this stuff is things that eventually a team is going to have to start to take notice, and a defensive coordinator is going to have to adjust towards. Meanwhile, Luther Burden is still out there doing his thing. Roma Dunze is doing his thing. The tight ends are out there doing their thing. It just creates a little bit of havoc and draws eyes to this lightning fast player in the middle of the field. So I can't wait to see it. I'm super impressed by Xavier Thomas, but there's absolutely nothing stopping this particular player from starting at the very least in the return game. But I don't think we're going to go 3 weeks of football without seeing him involved in some level of play / package of plays.
Let me just say this. I can smell what the Ben Johnson is cooking.
Me too.
I think if you've been anywhere near the Nomad Network, Sports Chicago style or Canuck, we've explained this. When this comes together, when this gels, everybody understands their role. The beautiful thing about being a good team and not necessarily needing a powerful piece like this right away, because you have the other guy that we just got. This is going to be really, really good when it gels. When I tell you it's going to be good, the pieces that Ben Johnson got, including Xavier Thomas, along with these tight ends, having a plethora of backs to throw the ball off in the short area, we know we're going to be able to get the ball over top. It's just, what do you want to take away from us? What do you want to take away? Go ahead and try to take the short area, the long ball away from us, like most defenses want to do. They want to make sure you don't get the deep ball. Go ahead. He just put together the plan that if you can't see it after listening to us all these weeks at this point, then you just can't see the game. They have got short area weapons that will hurt you in a major way. And Xavier Thomas being one of them. And it's just a matter of time. I don't care at what point in the season. You'll see him sprinkled in here. You'll see him sprinkled in there. But him being a major player in this offense, I think it's going to take a little bit of time. But he will, by the time this is all said and done, be a major figure in this offense.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and he does have experience returning punts and kicks. He's got experience as a wide receiver, experience as a running back, experience as a wildcat quarterback. So his versatility is off the charts.
And now it's just a question of what are you going to do to utilize this player? So considering how creative, just given what you just said, if we're talking about a coach who was still running install towards the end of the season last season, I don't think anything on the planet Earth is going to stop him from continuing to run install. I don't. He's that dynamic a coach, and now he has a weapon that he can utilize in dynamic capacity. And as Naja's saying here, and I mentioned on Sunday's show, you use this kid as a decoy, just a simple drag route, at 4.28 speed. It's a problem, and it's going to require two defenders to address.
No, you got to feed him.
You do. You got to hit him when you're right. You got to.
He never becomes a decoy.
You're right. You got to hit him when he hits that drag, when he burns you on the drag and he leaves you in the dust. You got to hit him. You might want to do that 3 times, but once that's done 3 times, you've established him as a threat, and now he can be utilized as a decoy.
It's got to be so strong, kids. And I mean this when I tell you this, that the minute that guy trots out on the field, it's got to be beep, 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 beep. The entire defense needs to be on alert. The minute he gets on the field, he needs to be a defensive vacuum, and somebody needs to be allotted to him. If not, it's going to be curtains.
As long as Caleb sees it, just lays the ball up and lets Xavier go get it. If he has single coverage, you got to exploit it. So they make him double it up. And then once they, as kids were saying, once they respect, Thomas, that leaves Rome, that leaves Luther, that leaves everybody else to benefit from not Thomas being a decoy, but Thomas being respected because of his speed.
Well,
and as a decoy.
It again, just I'm on Ross St. Brown drag route concept with speed. That's a clear out move that is likely to leave a tight end open in a one-on-one situation all the time. So, take that for what it's worth. And if it's not the tight end, it might be the running back. Take that for what it's worth. There's moves here that can be made, but you're right, Nomad. He's going to be established as a threat early, and it's going to be speed-based. Once that threat has been established, defenses are going to have to pay attention now to whatever's going on with this player in the middle of the field, and I can't effing wait for it.
And that brings me to this conversation. This guy right here, this is Sam Roush.
Mm.
That is all the more reason why you're talking about Caleb Williams learning to play under center all year last year. And before the end of the season started, you saw the game slow down. I did Caleb's work too. We don't talk about it a whole lot over here. I need to do a better job with it. But I literally saw the game slow down for Caleb under the center. He was always okay. Long as he was in gun and he can see the field, he can see everything coming in front of him. But whenever he had to get under the center, turn his back to the defense, make the steps he needs to make in the play action, turn around and throw that ball. It took him some time to get used to. But towards the end, I seen him that become a weapon for him. The deep ball to DJ that got us the Packers game came out of that. the difference in the quarterback that we had at the beginning of the season and the quarterback that we had at the end is like game changing. What I'm getting at about this guy Sam Ross is a piggyback off of the Xavier Thomas conversation. Why these guys are so important. A tight end, Nomad, what the hell can he bring to the table that we got a ton of tight ends? It's the fact that this guy is equally as good a blocker as he is a receiver. And so when you're in play action and it takes time for something to develop, you feint block. And so you're in line as a tight end and you're there to block, and it looks like you're there to block whoever. As that play developed, as Caleb is going through his footwork with his back to the defense, and he turns around, and in the right time, this guy gets off of that block and spills off into the secondary or the middle part of the field, linebackers right behind there. He's going to be wide open so many damn times because they're so used to him blocking. And so you use that play as a weapon as the game goes on. This guy is going to be invaluable this year. As Caleb is really, really starting to feel himself in the play action game, it's hard to defend. Play action is extremely hard to defend when everybody's together. When it all looks the same, every play looks the same. And you hear the coaches talking about that, kids and trips all the time. The trick is trying to make everything look like the same thing. And if it does, that's just hard to defend. I don't need to explain that to nobody.
No, you don't. That just confuses defenses and coordinators across the board. Now, as soon as I saw this pick, I was like, "What the hell are you doing?" And then the name Kyle Juszczyk popped into my mind. And yes, Kyle Juszczyk is a fullback. But I can totally see the way that Ben can utilize this particular player in fullback capacity as well as tight end capacity. And that's super interesting, right? Kyle Juszczyk is in San Francisco 49ers. He's not the greatest player in the world, but he's a very interesting additional outlet when you have a George Kittle on your team, right? There's things that can be done with this particular player, and just given the previous conversation, again, let's say we've lined up Xavier Thomas as a wide receiver, and we've now brought him back. We've had him run directly back into the backfield to work as, to do some work as a running back. Handoff happens, and now you've got a 6'6" blocking tight end in front of him. Crazy, huh?
Well, right. I'm thinking not only that, but Roush is going to start, day one, and that doesn't mean he's going to replace Loveland or Kmet.
No.
But in that fullback / tight end, role, however many reps that is, that's going to be his job, I'm pretty sure. He looks like a good athlete. He's a big guy.
Yeah.
He's not let's say a receiving tight end. He's a blocking tight end that can receive.
Well said.
He's going to be very instrumental in that, 10 yards or less area after blocking a little bit and the play breaks down. And he has a history of, being able to, flow either side, whichever way, Caleb escapes to if he has to. Roush can be that little, well, not little, but big safety blanket, short. So, yeah, he's another piece that went kind of early, I guess, as some quote unquote prognosticators say. But we see the run on tight ends and how many got drafted in this past draft, and how the league, is now all going to, 12, 13 personnel, being a copycat league. But many of the publications, draft prognosticators, all of that are really complimentary of Roush and his skill set and how, he would fit in a Ben Johnson offense.
You know what, man? Let me say something to you.
Night, Crimson.
Hang around for a second for this take. Let me tell you something. They drafted him. I think he's so unique because it's hard to find a guy that big and heavy that can run with the kind of fluidness that he runs the ball. I mean, he can run. He's not like a big plodding guy that's like, oh, it's nice to have this big old dude. You can drop the ball off. No, he can run routes. Not only that, but they drafted him to be an extra offensive lineman, which is what his primary role will be. You make sure that you punish people in the run game, and we will reward you. In the play action game, we will reward you. And so it makes lining up in them 12, 13 personnels a little bit different. And so when the times when you want to reward him, how you produce that play, it's all about Ben Johnson knowing when to pull that rabbit out of the hat. Make him block for 3 quarters. Don't let him touch the ball. And when the game is good and necessary for somebody to make a play, that's when you spill them out. You got to have a guy that's accepting of that role.
It's funny you map it out like that because it's sort of like the opposite of the Xavier Thomas theory. You want to establish this guy as that blocking threat and then sneak him into a pass catching scenario when they ain't paying any attention to him. They think he's there to block. His role has been traditionally blocking this entire game or for the past 2 or 3 games. Now you utilize him in the passing game. Boom. Ain't nobody really looking for Sam Rouch. And there he is. Boom. You hit him a couple of times. Go back to blocking. Rinse, wash, repeat. And this is like what I'm describing again is exactly how Kyle Shanahan utilizes Kyle Juszczyk. Once in a while, break out and get a bunch of yardage in the passing game just because ain't nobody looking for no Kyle Juszczyk.
Next thing you know, he's on your ass.
That's it. That's how it works.
That's the psychology behind the game of football. You get enough dynamic weapons, and if you got him primarily to be a blocker, he will execute those blocks at a high level. And right when you're not even worried about it, when the defense is hyper focused on all these other weapons that the Bears have, that's when you slip them out into the secondary and make them make hay. Make them pay the taxes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that was kind of the funny part about the run on tight ends, because I remember when it's like Sam Rouch, tight end, what? And everybody's kind of like, wait, what? Well, we got Loveland, we got Komet. What is this Rouch fella? And it was then right after that is like tight end. Every round, tight ends were just flying off the board. So it seems as though Ryan Poles' scouting department kind of had their finger on the pulse of the draft and when they wanted their players. It's like, well, Rouch was overdrafted, but he wouldn't have been there later because we saw the run on tight ends. Well, Xavier Thomas was overdrafted. Nah, not with that speed. And we see that he went right when he was supposed to go because that's where he went. So the selections, like Rouch may seem redundant or repetitive, but, that was kind of the same thing we said when Loveland was drafted. Same thing we said when Burton was drafted. And we see how they contributed. So looking forward, and Ben Johnson and Sam Rouch and even JT Barrett and Press Taylor said it in their interviews to a man that they want to start the game early. They would love to get a lead and then to be able to just take what the defense gives you in the fourth quarter, second half. Sam Rouch can be a big part of getting started fast because for what Durham Smythe was, he missed a lot of damn blocks in the run game and in the pass game. So if, Rouch can come in and just kind of, as a rookie, feel his way out and give us at least what Smythe was, it's a very bright future.
Sometimes I question my bandwidth trips on a lot of things. But when it comes to football and certain things and that I do, I have a really good recall, man. And I can remember probably a couple months before we actually got into the draft. I can remember us talking about when we was reviewing the season, and I was talking about some of the things that I detected in Ben Johnson's offense after reviewing and watching the reps. And it became clear to me that this guy really, really valued tight ends. I remember those conversations that we had. And knowing that, going into the draft, it didn't surprise me one bit that they selected another tight end, and this kind of tight end for that matter. One freaking bit after watching all that tape. This guy is going to put teams in a trick bag and make you give up something. And when he's got you leaning, rocking, he's going to put the foot on the gas. And so you got weapons like a Sam Roush, who you will deem as insignificant for the most part of the game. It's going to hurt you later. As in reverse, like Kez rightly pointed out, you don't want to do that with Xavier. You want to get him involved early, suck the defense up. Suck the defense up, and boom. You got all these guys that can hurt you. You got running backs that can catch the ball. Got tight ends that can catch the ball. You got receivers all over the damn place. You got a quarterback that can scamper out of the backfield. There's so many different ways the Bears are going to be able to hurt teams. And just adding another piece to it that's dynamic in the way that he is, Sam Roush is going to be a weapon. I guarantee that.
No questions here, man. So I'll be excited to see how this all shakes out with this young tight end as well. But I have a full understanding of the vision that Ben is going to want to employ here, and I think this winds up working in a very, very, very good capacity. Again, the one area that we didn't probably touch on is scramble drill with Caleb Williams. He'll be available from a receiving capacity, but also in a blocking capacity when he's scrambling out and decides to actually tuck in and run. So that's very helpful, just to have somebody right beside you knocking heads around and clearing out that secondary, so you can get that much further, that much deeper on when you're scrambling with the football.
I don't think there's a quarterback in the league that should be as happy as Caleb Williams should be right now.
Yeah.
Not a one young quarterback. There's in a short amount of time they've accrued weapons that can hurt you at any part of the field. And Caleb Williams has a lot of cushion. You know what I mean? He's set. He's set. And they've improved that offensive line as well. And they just helped the offensive line a little bit more with Sam Roush, because he is indeed an extra offensive lineman.
Yes, sir.
So, wow. He should be happy right now. But this last guy we're going to talk about, I don't think this is going to surprise anybody, but we need to get into detail as to why. This guy is going to be a piece early and often on the defense. I'm going to tell you why. His style of play, his abruptness, his quickness, his athleticism, getting off the ball and being reckless with the way he plays, is going to be kind of like a domino effect once he gets more and more reps. He's going to have to earn them. But when he does get on that field, I'll give him a few games, 3 to 6 games, before you really, really start seeing a whole lot of Jordan Vandenberg. But when he gets on the field, he's going to make this is going to be a young rookie. This might sound like a hot take, Trips. It's going to be a young rookie. It's going to force everybody else on the defensive line to step their game up. That's how infectious he plays.
Yeah, that would be a beautiful thing to see. The exuberance of the youth, or the youths, as it were, coming in to push the older guys, which everyone is. And I have heard the comparison that Vandenberg is like a young, bigger, taller Grady Jarrett, which is weird because Grady Jarrett's on the team as well. And so, given the opportunity that Vandenberg does not have to, start day one and play every rep, he can be, brought in on the different D-line swaps, which I'm sure this team will do, because that's the going thing in the league, to have at least 2 D-lines. So this kid is going to be, in the mix to do a little something. But part of the knock on his college game was that he'll disappear, for plays or a quarter or a game or whatever. And whatever that's about, I don't know. But that was college, and this is the pros. And this kid wants to be a good pro. Coach Garrett, D-line coach, as well as Dennis Allen, under the direction of Ben Johnson, was like, hey, we got to coach our defense, including defensive line, better. Now, this is a rookie coming in, so he wasn't here last year. So, to be determined. But, yeah, as long as he's on the 53, he's going to get some rotation. Being such a late round pick, that's not really a guarantee. So, TBD.
Well, I'm interested in this player, and I just really need him not just to be depth. I need him to really get that opportunity to shine where Grady and Jaquan just sort of haven't. And I think he has a skill set to do exactly that. So I say that about Grady. Grady not shining has a lot more to do, in my opinion, just with simple age and injury. And as long as he can manage that, I think Grady Jarrett, I think we're going to get some good stuff, some good football out of Grady Jarrett. What I need is for him to have a partner now who can also play good football beside him. Hopefully that guy's name is Jordan Vandenberg. So, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say to Joseph, the only reason Jaden Lovin didn't make this show, and I fully intended to put him on the show, is because I knew we'd have a certain amount of time to get through these guys. That's for another show. We'll talk about him some more. I definitely think he's making the team and he's going to be an impact player, but we'll get to another layer of, some of the UDFAs and different guys like that. Yeah. But anyway, man, I'm going to tell you what I think is going to be Jordan Vandenberg's hurdle. It's levels here, right? When we start talking about high school, college, and pro football, there's levels to this shit. And when you at a certain level and you're technically unrefined, effort can overwhelm that more times than not. Just your pure effort, especially on the college level, can supersede any of your technical malfunctions, right? On this next level, he is going to definitely have to refine his game. And he's going to be dealing with a bunch of technically superior football players. These are the best players in the world on the planet. And he's going to have to find a way to win technically. And it didn't have to be so much that when he was in college. It was effort that got him most of those plays that he made on film. That's going to be his biggest hurdle. I guarantee you that, is refining his technique. And given his willingness and effort and his love for this, I know that's not going to be as huge a hurdle as it would be for a lot of players like, say, Zach Pickens, that he took Zach's number, that needed a whole lot more motivation. This guy doesn't need that. All you have to do is show him. And once you show him, you just put in the muscle memory and the work.
And that's where I'm a little bit less worried, is because there's guys on this team. And again, Grady Jarrett is the prime example. There is, Grady Jarrett's a guy who's been around the block, has done this, has refined his technique, and knows exactly what he's doing. You line him up alongside Grady, you give him the opportunity to be in a room with Grady. I think he gains that, just sort of a level up with respect to his technique relatively quickly, just by having that veteran right in close proximity to him. So hopefully that helps him leap that hurdle and make short work of it.
This cat has such a ton of upside. It's incredible, man. I mean, I mean, the pure effort, heart, determination. You know, some of the I see in the chat people are saying, you know, he disappears for, you know, spurts in the game. That's usually probably when he's running to more technically superior offensive linemen that can handle that effort. This is why I just said that that's the first thing he's going to have to do, clear that hurdle. Because all of these offensive linemen, 99% of them are technically superior athletes. That's why they're NFL starting offensive linemen, because they know what to do. And they deal with all kinds of different guys. Jordan Vandenberg won't be different. But why I know he will supersede that little hurdle, that effort, that determination, he will find a way and hone his skill to win. And that's the point. Get off the ball fast and win. You do that enough times, I don't care how technically superior a guy is in front of you, and he knows that you can, you know, defeat whatever technique is in front of him. If you're using arms and leverage and legs to hold him up, he's going to figure out a way to consistently beat you. He's going to get there. He's going to be one of the better players on the Chicago Bears for a while. Just telling you that right now. You got that kind of heart, that kind of determination, that kind of love for the game, and relentless effort like that. You can't do nothing with that. You can't buy that. You have to have that built into your DNA. And that's the kind of football player we're looking at here. He's not going to be somebody that's just going to be able to just put you down at the end of the bench and he's going to get in there. And he's going to show some cats up at times too.
Yeah, can't wait to see this guy play and line up with Grady, man. Line up with Gervon. Really give Gervon a push, give him a run for his money, because we know he needs it.
All right, here we go, man. We that's the end of the Bears conversation for now. Any last thoughts before we clear this Bears hurdle? Anything we talked about that sticks out to you want to give a last thought about? Go right ahead, man.
No, I think I'm good with this Bears situation. We'll see what it looks like again this time next week after the June 1 cuts, and we have a bit of a better understanding as to what may or may not transpire with respect to the Chicago Bears at that time. So in the meantime, I think we've done a great job. Bear down, and we'll see what happens next week.
Yeah, because Sunday on Nomad at Night might be a little early. We might hear some rumors of, possible players shaking loose. But then, next week we should know that for sure. And, just another week closer to actual camp going. We're looking at these rookies. We're seeing how we think that they'll fit. And we're getting excited, y'all, with good reason.
All right, man. Now we got to get into a little more important things, and that is life outside of Chicago Bears bubble, which we all live. You know what I mean? Whether we, play this Bears thing in whatever fantasy we have to do all this stuff. We all have fantasies. That's why we do this content, because we just love being in this fantasy world of the Chicago Bears and breaking down what they're doing. But in the real world, there's real world stuff going on that needs to be discussed, and we need to start, having conversations about it. And we're going to start with this right here. Okay. Anybody want to break down the bullet points? Just read them, and then we'll take section by section.
Go ahead, kids.
I got it. Middle East fallout. 1. Manufacturing and logistics costs have spiked 50 to 80%, causing collateral economic damage worldwide. Agricultural and air cargo operations are facing steep declines. 2, economic supply chains have been severely disrupted, causing global inflation to rise rapidly. 3, peace negotiations are null and void as attacks continue.
Start wherever you want to, kids.
Peace negotiations. Let's actually start with number 3. How do we they just don't give a shit to have this, to negotiate for peace anymore? Like,
wait, who's they?
I mean, the obvious, the 3 theys that are there, right? Nobody really wants to talk about potentially not doing this war thing.
Well, supposedly there were, like this close to a deal, but then I saw like 45 minutes ago, the U.S. bombed an Iranian airport or something, within the hour. Israel is blowing up apartment buildings and schools in Lebanon. So the whole peace in the region is not there. And other countries are also, getting involved. So this whole thing is, advancing a life of its own. And so those negotiations between however many countries were involved have obviously gone to shit. So we'll see how many more countries get involved in that region.
Well, kids, since you started at number 3, wondering why peace negotiations have failed and all this stuff continues, you have to ask yourself at some point, who gains the most from the conflict? Who gains the most from this war? And when you get through asking yourself this, I've already gone through this too many times in my head, and it's clear to me the country in the Middle East that shouldn't be in the Middle East has the most to gain because they need perpetual war in order to exist, in order to keep dragging other people in it, namely the United States. They need a perpetual war. Number one, because the person that's in charge of that entire operation has his head in a guillotine right now. And if it ever stops, he stops. His power stops. Without a perpetual war, he has no power and he will be treated as a common criminal. That's why. And they have also the way they've set people up and got so much stuff on other people. Like, let's just say the people in this country, we all know who we're talking about, has no choice to be led around but to be led around by the nose because of his corruption. And if that guy says jump, you're gonna goddamn jump. That's what it is. It's about corruption and how thick and deep it is. And this thing that we have going on in the Middle East is causing everybody so much pain. Is because it's hiding corruption that would be in the emphasis if this thing wasn't going on. Period.
I have to just sigh because everything you said there makes so much sense. Yet at the same time, like, we're well aware of the corruption. You know what I mean? Like, the corruption is kind of out there already. We're aware of it. It just hasn't been corroborated or outed by, like, you know what I mean? It's like just to give like a stupid analogy, it's like you went in the fridge and you stole your sister's your sister's pie. You stole the pie, you ate the pie, and like, she knows you ate the pie. Everybody knows you ate the pie. There's only 3 people live in the house. She asked your mom. Mom said no. Mom didn't. So you know who's done what and what's up, but still you're going around denying the situation. Yeah, no, I didn't eat the pie. I didn't eat the pie. Everybody knows you. Everybody knows. Anyways, we don't really need the guys those guys in the Middle East to tell us about the corruption or that there is corruption. It's here. It already exists. Whether they decide to out it or not, whether they decide to hold it over, certain people's heads or not, it exists. It's here. Where we are in society is just in a position where we can actually go and, continue to go to work and be slaves.
Hey,
what?
Keep going.
What? I'm not sure why that particular word triggered you, but
it's a triggering word for the algorithm.
It shouldn't be.
Well, it is, man. I'm just being honest.
Just saying. It's just the fact of the matter, right? If we're out there being okay, well, let's use a different word. We'll call it batteries. If we are being batteries that power this corruption and that power the resource theft that's going on by the billionaire elites, that's all that's really going on. That is what them not putting everything on blast is about. Hey, maybe, kids will go to work again tomorrow and keep paying his bills. Stupid.
It's this is I'm gonna take it to another step of depth for you. This is let's just say the people that have power and control and all the wealth, with all this power and influence, they've had their time. They've had their time. And the truth is, their time is over. And they're fighting, kicking, screaming, clawing, everything they can do to maintain power. This is basically death knell is what we're looking at. We ain't gonna have to deal with this SHIT much longer. It's gonna be years and years, maybe a decade or so of running these guys down wherever they are in the world, putting them in front of justice and letting them see what they did and serving them justice for it. That's what it's gonna be. We can't see that right now because we're in the thickets of it. But wow, this is what happens when you have, a certain percentage of the population with so much money, so much power, so much collateral, and so many people with really nothing but clawing and trying to survive. This is what it ends up looking like. This is how empires die. Because they never should have been. That's the truth about number 3. But, we move on to number 2. And, economic supply chains have been severely disrupted. Global inflation, let's just stick to that part. To me, it continues to rise rapidly, and we're starting to feel the punch of the stickers at the stores, or at the gas stations. But the inflation is definitely, I don't know what it feels like for you all, but I'm definitely starting to feel that inflation, man. It's real.
Well, points 1 and 2 are sort of the same. I'm just sort of rereading it and looking at it a bit more directly. That global inflation is strictly due to, the cost of oil, the cost of, transporting the oil, the cost of, Iran not wanting to play ball with the petrodollar. It all of those costs have been increased. And unfortunately, much like tariffs, on a global scale, it's all passed back down to you, me, and Trip, and the folks in the chat. So that's just sort of the reality that we're going to have to live with, which makes the rest of us think about change and potentially shifting away from the utilization of some of the things that we've become accustomed to. And I think that's a conversation that sort of needs to be more prevalent, more front face and center, because quite clearly we can't, if there's no interest in thwarting this for the obvious reason that costs have grown exponentially, unmanageable. Like that simple reason enough should be reason enough to like not do this war thing. If not, all scrolls okay, press pause, and in the meantime, yes, people are losing jobs with respect to the war, but people are also losing jobs with respect to the AI advancement. So let's roll all of that into a ball and fast forward 5 years from now with these prices and with jobs disappearing. I don't even know how the average Joe is going to get by. Joe Average has to make in some capacity through the AI advance, the bare minimum about $150,000 a year. That's crazy talk.
You know what's interesting about all of that is about one of the things that we should layer into this conversation is choice. Choice. And, making a sound, sage choice about where you spend your dollars, how you spend your dollars. And I think at this point of the conversation, with all this going on, it really comes down to that. It really comes down to that. I'm talking about regular Joe Schmo citizen. How and where you spend your dollars. I'll give you a perfect example. My mother, again, is rehabbing a house at the worst time ever, but ad-libbing while she's doing it. Going to the regular box shops to get the materials that she needs for what she's trying to do. At this stage of doing what she needs to do, we're down to tiling parts of the bathroom. And in the store, the sticker tape, crazy. However, when you start looking around and start, investigating on social media, seeing some of the smaller companies or smaller stores that have discounted prices on this and been having that going on, you find a way to, she cut that thing more than half. She cut off probably about 3/4 of the price by just being patient and not jumping out there and getting what she really wanted and getting something as a substitute, but is as good. Talking about a ceramic tile, you know what I mean? So it's about ad-libbing as well. I'm just talking about what we can do as people to try to, navigate this whole mess that we find ourselves in. Trips, you have to, whether you're at the store, you got to find marketplaces that suit what you have coming in. And so,
yeah, and then you also got to make sure you want to find what you're looking for. And I saw something, I think today, that they're like, hey, just FYI, food prices are going to be going up because of future things in the supply line. And it's like, wait a minute. They've been going up for the last couple months. And now you just telling us they're going to be going up. So it's an inconvenience because everything's so much more expensive. Everything. Whereas, in other countries, they ain't even got this stuff. They are just doing without. There are countries that are doing rolling blackouts because they don't have the fuel to turn the lights on. So it's degrees of how bad things are depending on where you're at in the world. So inconvenience versus, oh shit, we don't have our fertilizer because it couldn't get through the Strait of Hormuz, so we couldn't, plant our crops. Now we have no crops, and what do we do with crops? We eat them. So that means now we won't have a lot of the, the food and the resources that we had. So things are only going to get more expensive. And there is no forecasted way out. There is nothing industrial saying, hey, this industry is going to be hiring all these people. They say, hey, we built these data centers that hires a lot of people. And it's like, sure, to build them, but once they're built, you need like 2 people to make sure everything's just plugged in and cool. So it's a future that does not have an industry that are going to be employing the masses. And there is nothing coming down the line that says anything different.
Let me give you hold on for a second, kids. Let me give you a real world thought. Every now and again, I'll turn on C-SPAN just to see what people are talking about on that phone line. It's just a known call in. It's really nothing, man. It caters to a certain demographic, but I always look and see what they're talking about here and there. And I get bored with it. And they won't see me for months, but I'll go and listen to what's being said. Now we're talking about. Now remember, these people are trying to F over people on Social Security. Remember that. People that have regular benefits coming in that they're used to, that they've earned their entire lives, and some of the people that really need them because they need them for different reasons. These social benefits, right? You got people that cannot maintain their social benefits because everything is going up. The prices of an electric bill, water bill, insurance, and all this kind of stuff has gone up, and the inflation has spiked so tremendously. They have to I heard it's viral now. I heard a caller talking about she lost 28 pounds, not because she needed to. It's because she had to make decisions with her dollars. And when you start getting to that point, and then you start seeing the ramifications of that. And when you start seeing abandoned properties that have not been used or domesticated at all for years and years and years, then all of a sudden in your neighborhood is somebody shacking up in there. I don't want to see any pieces of SHIT calling police on them folks. And you don't know what the hell that person's been through. You know, you're going to have that coming down the line. You're going to have a bunch of Karens that, oh, what are you doing here? If you don't get out of my face, I'm going to hurt you. I need somewhere to be because I want to exist. And as of right now, the money I have coming in ain't helping me exist. That's where we're at.
Well, what you just did is you mapped out a situation where, you know, you can look at the Karen and be upset that she wants to be a part of society as it has been presented to her. And you can be upset by that if you want.
To what end?
Well, to no end, man. There's no real positive or negative to come out of being angry about it. The flip side here is that the more that the masses embrace the system and believe the system will somehow correct itself, the more likely the system is to fail. Like I don't know how else to
repeat yourself.
Try to give you a better.
No, just repeat what you just said.
Sure. The more likely the more the masses lean on the system to fix the system, the more likely the system is to fail. It's not perfect. We all know the system isn't perfect. So
wait, well let me stop you right there and ask you this question.
Yeah.
The system so far has been able to handle the heft of society and deal with societal issues, and they do it well in different parts of the world. But however, in this part of the world, there's a certain mindset that they see people lesser than, and they don't want those people to see those benefits. So in turn, in turn, what they do is try to exhaust those benefits so that nobody can get to them.
No, I understand. I was just going to ask you. So, like, did those people, for the most part, invent the system?
Those people, no, they just born in it.
So they're not favored by the system in some capacity.
Which class of people are you talking about? First of all,
whoever you were leaning towards there.
I'm talking about supporting the heft of a society, people that have societies, big societies that, set up social structures to be able to handle the heft of those needs very handedly. But all of a sudden, in this society, we don't have the money. No, because you're doing other shit with the money. You're effing over the money because you can, and you're greedy and you're effed up in the head. That's what's happening. That's the truth.
So you're saying that more or less the same thing isn't happening elsewhere?
Oh, it's happening.
I don't know, because what's happening here, and who is that? Somebody, Montana. My 401k is booming, and that's because the stock market is being propped up. House of Cards on a bubble.
Homie.
What?
I was telling him it's going to F you over.
Yeah. So it's being artificially inflated for those haves, but when it goes quick. And the haves, it's like a little blip. Sure, things may go up a little bit more, but no big deal. So whereas if you are, depending on your paycheck or 401k for retirement, for the average person, that's gonna take a huge blow. Whereas the silver spoons, keep getting richer and richer and richer. What was it? Some space force space thing, gave Elon Musk and the Amazon guy Bezos like another few $1 billion or something to build a base on the moon or some shit. And it's like, yeah, cool, money gone. So there's a lot of that going on. There's plenty of money to go around, except it's being hoarded, stolen, and used for other purposes than the actual people.
I'm going to tell you exactly, Montana. I wouldn't just tell you that just because it's just to counter something you said. I'm telling you this because I do follow the trends and I do follow the market. I'll tell you exactly when it's going to happen. It's going to happen in September. It's going to happen in September. So if you don't have that 401k exhausted in your favor, you're going to lose it.
Why in September?
Because of what Trips just got through saying. It's inflated, and that inflation is only going to last for so long before that bubble bursts.
So I don't necessarily agree with any of this. And the only reason
what's happening is like look at the big AI people. Like you got Meta and Grok or whoever they are. They're all investing in each other.
Of course.
So they're propping each other up. And that's all that's propping it up is each other. It's not the public.
But what's the purpose of that, right? So the purpose of that is to create.
So it keeps making them money.
Yes, but it's to actually create an asset shelter for those guys with big money. That's the purpose. So when shit hits the fan, I think if you own assets, your assets will survive the situation. Your assets will survive. Your money associated with those assets will survive. It is just the general dollar itself will be more or less worthless. Like, you know what I mean? If the dollar, let's just imagine $1 is actually worth $1,000 less than it is today, in September. I'm just throwing crazy numbers out there. Technically, it means that your assets are also worth 1,000 times less across the board. But you still have assets.
What he's trying to tell you, kids, what he's trying to tell you is even if you leverage the market the way they're trying to do it, the way he's explaining it to you, investing in each other, propping each other up, even that leverage has its limits. And at some point, it's going to descend, and it's going to descend hard because how much of your assets do you want to leverage here? Just to prop each other up.
And none of these AI companies are turning profits.
Well, That's factual. It's not really so. It's not so much a question of them turning profits. It's a question of them gaining contracts under which they can turn profits. So that will, the more that AI advances, the more they'll be able to sell AI. It's a good place to park your money. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have a bunch of cash,
what you gonna do with AI when you need goddamn $80 in gas just to get you through the week?
Hey, you sell your stock, you go buy gas. Like that's what an asset is, right?
I mean, come on, man. This what you're talking about is financial, basically juggling.
That's what everybody has to do, right? Like you
I'm talking about in the marketplace. You're talking about financial juggling, and truth be told, most people ain't even there.
That is what they're counting on, right? They're counting on the fact that most people aren't there and don't know the difference and aren't invested.
Ain't no way. I'm just being honest with you. If you got, assets or cash that you think that you can, move around in this market, if you ain't got a certain amount of money, when I say a certain amount of money, it ain't no couple $1 million. I'm talking about if you just a working schmo and you messing around with this right now, you a fool. And I ain't trying to put nobody down. I'm just being honest with you. This is doomed to fail. There ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about that. This is going to fail.
Just remember that this is where these guys are putting their money in.
They don't give a damn what they do. They got enough money to F around with.
They ain't failing. They're gonna win. The whole purpose is those guys are trying to scoop up every resource available, period. They ain't failing. They're not going to be put in a position where they're going to fail.
You better have some kind of lockout in your investments at a certain amount that if this thing goes topsy-turvy and
you can do that.
And you need something automatically to pull you out of this when it sees something going, there's ways to do that.
Yeah, there's stop limits. You can do that if that's what
you don't have that going on, you're an effing fool.
But this is sort of what I'm saying. Like, if you know, man, financial literacy is so important at this particular juncture in time. We should all know what the F we're doing and how to do it. You know what I mean? Like the question of having a stop limit on an investment shouldn't even be in question. You should have a stop limit, especially if you're trading stocks not stocks. I'll move towards options, which is even better. If you're trading options, you don't want to lose the farm. You don't want to lose the farm. You just want to win more consistently. You are going to lose at some point, but you want to win more consistently than you lose. Bottom line is, this is how these guys with the money, like when they're stealing these resources, that's what they're doing with it. They're putting it in here. So if we're not doing the same thing, you might think it's foolish, but I'm just telling you, as Bugs Bunny would tell you, anyways, you know what I'm saying? Just if you follow the money and you follow what these guys are doing, you'll get an understanding as to why you should be doing it as well. Doing it is a huge mistake.
No.
Just
the reason why we're in this conversation, in the marketplace conversation to begin with, is because of fallout, the ramifications of what's going on in different parts of the world that is affecting everything that we're talking about today.
Yeah,
we're talking about collapse. Okay, that's that conversation that we're setting up. We're talking about absolute collapse, and we're not just talking about a certain market here in the Western Hemisphere. I'm talking about global market collapse. And when that happens, people have hopefully options to pull out immediately when they see the tick go down, or they don't. They don't, just not understanding of what's going on. That's the whole part of the reason why we're having this conversation. as you're seeing some of the ramifications of this fallout, why we're bringing this conversation to you all that's listening to us today, so that when you have these things going on in your life, you know how to move. And that's the only reason we're having this conversation. It's not about who's right, who's wrong, who's smart, who's not smart, any of that. It's about giving you the information, and so that you can move a little bit differently after the conversation. That's it. That's the only point of having this. Now, here's the next part of the conversation that's starting to creep up into it. We started this last week. Anybody wants to read it off, go right ahead.
Yeah, Trip.
Yeah, sure. Ebola spreads. An active outbreak of a rare Ebola strain is spreading. Over 900 cases have been reported, and 220 deaths have been confirmed. Two, with this rapidly spreading global emergency, there is a high fatality rate ranging from 25 to 50%. Three, to date, there is no known and or approved treatment. Doctors are relying solely on supportive therapy.
Okay, I will lead this conversation. Thing about this is, I made this this graphic 48 hours ago. I know we're well into the thousands now of reported cases, well into the thousands. And it's spreading. Now countries are starting to make decisions on whether they want, a lot of what's going on is centralized in Africa, Central Africa, as a matter of fact, like the Congo, but it's spreading and it's going to other places. And what's problematic to me is, the gutting of institutions here in this country that do this work, and they do this shit. This is like their lives. And Trips mentioned that a week ago when we were talking about this. You gut out these agencies and get these scientists off the job, and they can't really go and do the job unless they go do it pro bono on their own, just to inform the public, or just, some country decides that, hey, I want to hire you to come in here and help us with this, with the spread, just teach us what to do, whatever. But when you have a country that doesn't prioritize and take the seriousness of something like this into account, you have this kind of thing. And now they're trying to stop flights from this country, that country. They don't want, it's getting ready to get bad.
I saw that the people that were diagnosed in this country with it, instead of like treating them or anything, they put them on a plane to Africa and let them deal with it. So you got that to look forward to if you catch it.
The most insensitive thing in the world. He just said it.
Well, look at who our government is.
You got to be kidding me. This is ridiculous. And if it's not, the problem is, I ain't even gonna say I worry, because I don't. What I know is when it starts to affect people next to people in a real way, that's when the alarm's going to go off. Right now, it's somewhere else to a lot of minds of people. It's somewhere else, and we don't need to worry about it. Why do I care about what's going on in the Congo? Because there's no known ramification. There's nothing approved to treat this right now. That's why. And it's spreading rapidly. That's why you should care.
But here's the thing. Because all the agencies like the U.S. left the World Health Organization, the disease control people, that agency's been gutted. Now you got a lot of, conspiracy theorists, fucks in those offices. And so there is no warning, maybe you should do this to avoid it. If you catch it, we're going to ship your ass off to Africa. We have no guidance. We have no, governmental support. We got nothing. So they're just kind of like, not our problem. And if you get it, we ship you off. Still not our problem.
I mean, the worst people that you can physically imagine are at the levers of government with all this going on.
Yeah, or back to the boys, you get all the Homelander wannabes.
Just it makes me sick to my stomach, but this is what a lot of people ask for. This is what a lot of people gonna get.
So what you're saying is this is right now mostly centralized in the Congo.
Mostly,
as far as this strain is concerned, I believe there's actually been a case here in North America. I think
there's cases everywhere now, kid. It's not just
because there was something that somebody was in proximity of someone who was affected, but instead of quarantining or whatever they do, that person got on a flight to like Denver or something. And so, they were amongst the, the public, the population. And so whatever, level of contagious this stuff is, many people are exposed. And I'm not sure of the incubation time. So it's like you can get exposed, but, show symptoms until, X amount of days or weeks later. So there's a lot of people traveling who've been exposed. And it's like, we got nothing. So yeah, good luck.
So somebody, the 25 to 50% fatality rate should be explained a little bit. So just like with any communicable disease, it's generally going to affect the elderly and the people more at risk that have, pre-existing conditions. Of course, that's naturally going to be the people that get bit by it first. More, your older people in societies, but the other 25% is more like, people that's, I think it takes a lot of, let's just say promiscuous people that, sleep around, different kind of things like that, just out there, sharing whatever, people that use drugs and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be a lot easier for them to get it, than more safe people. If there's any kind of I don't even know the word, but if there's something that's a light in the tunnel, it's got to be that. If you can try to keep yourself safe, watch how you move, you can still get bit by this, but you have a better chance to survive this.
So there's been Ebola outbreaks before.
Not this strain, kids.
Not this strain?
Not this strain.
I don't think
it's a rare strain.
I don't think the strain makes much difference. And
yes, it does, man.
I'll explain why.
I'm going to tell you why it does make a difference, kids.
Okay.
Because we don't have a vaccine for it.
Yeah, but why I'm saying it doesn't make much difference is because of the way that this particular disease is transmitted. It's not an airborne risk like COVID, for instance. Like COVID is airborne. You just catch it walking around.
60s, motherfucker.
You know what I mean? Like exactly. Like that's COVID, right? If we're talking about Ebola is something that is actually like you have to like bleed on a dude or like cough up in their face. You have to actually like, it's communicable, like sexually transmitted. You have
body fluids.
You know what I mean? Body fluids have to be exchanged in order to get this. So much like what you were saying a minute ago, like if you're sharing needles or if you're just sleeping
out
around
there like Red Baron tossing stranger salads.
Yeah. Like you might catch it in that scenario. But
let me tell you why what you're saying is right.
I know.
On a general, but I'm gonna tell you where it gets wrong. It's because there's no known treatment for this. It gives it a chance to mutate. And
yeah.
As it mutates, it takes on a different personality. So, for instance, if it was just you can only obtain this disease this way, as it mutates, we don't know how that virus is going to react as it gets in a different state. And so let's just say, it's not like a COVID virus now. It can become a COVID virus as it mutates. You might not believe that.
What you're saying isn't impossible in the realm of possibilities, but it's yet to be known to happen. Like this particular disease is a communicably transmitted disease. It's not airborne. It's very doubtful that it's
so far.
No. But I wouldn't want you to say that out loud.
It's not. It hasn't mutated yet, man.
I'm just saying, but that's like super fear mongering. Like
it's not fear mongering. That's reality. It is. If it's out
it's
there,
not. That's not. But no, man. But that's not the reality. It has not
yet, kids.
But no. You're imagining this. You can't just speculate that it's going to mutate and turn into an airborne disease.
That's what viruses do. They mutate, man. When there's
not every virus mutates into an airborne virus.
Not everyone, but it can.
In the realm of possibilities, sure. It could also just immediately attack us all and kill us all immediately. But that's likely not to happen. You know what I mean? I don't want you to, it's a situation.
I hear what you're saying. Let me say something. It could mutate and all of a sudden just be attracted to trees.
Sure.
And just stick to trees, and humans are really, unless you're, logging or something like that, you really don't have no needed fear of this, right? However, if it mutates in another kind of way that we are unfamiliar with or haven't seen before, it happens.
I'm just saying let's
mutate like that.
Let's stick to the existing facts about the virus as opposed to the fantastic. The existing facts of the virus is, again, it is a communicable fluid case scenario. You have to touch bodily fluids or share bodily fluids to contract this. This is a flesh-eating disease, much like AIDS, if you will, which does not eat flesh, but much like AIDS, it's transmitted in the exact same manner. There was no cure for AIDS for decades. I'm not sure if there's a quote-unquote AIDS cure today, but people can live with it. All I'm trying to say is the transmission case scenario in today's world for Ebola is identical to AIDS, and AIDS hasn't taken over the planet and unalived us all. You know what I mean? Like in the 80s, people were worried that was going to be the case scenario. I'm just saying I don't think we need to, blow that whistle today. I think we're far away from it mutating into something wild and fantastic.
Montana.
It's like that doesn't mean it can't, but it's not there.
Sure. Yet. Again, in the realm of possibilities, anything could potentially happen. I'm just saying let's not go so deep off the diving board here.
It's deep to you, but not so much to me, because anytime something like this is unchecked, you just never know. But Montana,
but no, man, like
we SHIT on, hold on, kids. We SHIT on the government when the government deserves it. This government doesn't deserve any kind of protection or any kind of come on, man. I mean, if you the type that wants to support this, you support it, but just know what you own it. This is some shit. But go ahead, kids, man.
Anyways, all I was saying, like, this is it's not good that this thing is spreading. I'm saying that this has spread before in the past in major capacity in Africa. It never wound up leaving Africa. It was rampant in Kikwit, really destroyed the population there, but for the most part died off. It's now back. It's been in existence since then, and like I'm talking about, when did I write that rap? Like that would have been like 1992. Like this stuff has existed for quite some time, and it's never really made its way.
I understand why you're reserved about how you speak about this. I understand it. What I'm telling you is the people that led the charge in defeating and fighting these viruses and diseases have been gutted.
Yeah, I'm
so
not.
The protections that societies had by way of agencies that knew exactly what to do and how to handle this no longer exists on our side of the pond here. And I'm telling you now, no matter what happened in the past, don't compare what's going on now to it, because it ain't the same ball game no more.
I think the ball game is not as dire as you might make it sound. And again, the reasons I'm saying dire, because you're saying it could mutate into an airborne disease. That's fantastic. It's not reality.
Okay,
it's a possibility.
You have one way of looking at it, and I have another. How about that? I didn't call your way of looking at it any kind of name. I just said this.
I'm not calling it a name. You're saying that it is a reality. It's not, because we have historical data to prove that it's not.
That's all right. We can get lost in this. I mean, we're mincing words right now, but it ain't necessary, because the fact is that it's spreading, and it's spreading rapidly, and we have no known cure nor therapy for this to deal with it. And how, if this thing gets wrangled and just rodeoed to the ground and we can deal with it, we'll see, man. But right now, I think people should be concerned. I'm not going to say be alarmed or be afraid, but just keep an eye on information being given to you, and you make your own decision from there. But it's just knowing. That's the whole point of this conversation, is just knowing. So that's it, man. Any last thoughts about this before we get out of this?
Yeah, shit. Just cover your mouth when you sneeze, cough, and take your vitamins and get plenty of sunlight. Plenty of hydration and sleep. Take care of yourself and keep yourself as healthy as possible. And if you get something like this, stay the hell away from me.
Famous last words. All right.
Anything, kids?
No, like I say, like this is in my opinion, again, if it is a communicable fluid transmitted disease, I just won't stick my Johnson in other people than I have been sticking my Johnson in, and I should be okay. That I won't take on a heroin addiction, and again, I think I should be okay.
Come on, you want to shoot up a little smack, kids?
No, thank you. I will.
On the weekend, like Saturday morning for the cartoon.
No, I'll just watch the cartoons.
Come on, man. Stop that, man.
Ixnay the smack.
I'm talking about trips, man. Stop.
I know. And I'm laughing with them, because this is where
there ain't no time to be laughing at that, man. We're on a YouTube show.
What? You can't say smack?
No, you can't be saying stuff like that, man. Come on now.
Okay.
What kind of sports do you have that I've never seen?
Do you do that shit on Sports Chicago style? No.
All the fucking time.
Come on, man. No. Don't
do that,
man.
I'm just saying, AIDS exists. There's no cure. It hasn't wiped out the population of the planet. There are other diseases in similar vein that are transmitted via this means, that I think I've done a great job of avoiding, contracting. I've done a great job avoiding it, and I think we can all wear gym hats and things along those lines to prevent this type of stuff from going on. So be vigilant, take care of yourselves, and you know what I mean? Like, that's all right. That's my 2 cents.
All right, man. Just be alert, be active in information gathering. To be vigilant is the best thing I can tell you right now. And as we know, and best thing we'll do is try to compile the information and give it to you, on the show as best we can, so that you can move in a different way. But after this, we got an album to review. You know why? Because we had a movie last week. I think we're just gonna go back and forth. I think that's probably the best thing to do, fellas. Unless y'all have some other suggestion, I think that's how to go about it. But I think you guys are going to enjoy this, particularly Triple R, because I think he's this kind of native tongue kind of guy. Let's review
shit.
this.
Tribe Called Quest, Low End Theory, classic. You know, Fife Dog, who you know, did spend time with. He came to the station. You know, his sickle cell was fucking with him, and he wasn't feeling good. Yeah. But he still hung out all night. Q-Tip, he wasn't there. He was doing his own thing. But Ali Shaheed was there. But this album, I mean, shit, classic beginning to end. Many quotables, you know, beats that you'll hear, and it's like, oh shit, yeah, that's from Low End. You know, shit, had the t-shirt and everything, kids.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite albums of all time. It almost goes without saying, from beginning to end, classic. And I say that as somebody who went out on a limb. I was in Watertown, New York, and I purchased their first album, which is People's Instinctive Travels in the Paths of Rhythm. Picked that up, loved it, loved the album, worked my way through it. But you know, in most people's opinions, there's maybe you know 5 or 6 songs that's really popping on that original album. This album here.
Can I pause you for a second?
Sure.
Trips, can you pull up the track list on this song? Because I think we need to talk about particular tracks on this one.
Oh, and yeah, we'll do that and check that. It wasn't sickle cell; it was diabetes. That was somebody else with sickle cell.
Yeah, no, you're right. He was sickle cell would have been Mobb Deep, Prodigy.
Yeah, Prodigy. My bad.
That's right. He did have he was a diabetic. He was fighting it for quite some time. I spent an afternoon with the gentleman as well. He's super cool, man. He's from Trinidad, so we kind of got that that Caribbean thing going. We had a little bit of a cipher, me and him, and I'm trying to remember who else was there. Q-Tip was not there, much like your story, but we did have.
He's a Hollywood.
You know, well, it was sort of during an after. It was during an after show. I've told parts of this story before. I've told the De La Soul part, but you know, in walks Fife Dog with a couple members of Souls of Mischief. The show that was being put on was Souls of Mischief, De La Soul, and Tribe Called Quest here in town, and we wound up going to hang out with A+, Festo, Fife Dog. Ali Shaheed stayed with De La. Well, we went and hung out. We you know ciphered and smoked and whatever. It was super cool guy to get to know just a little bit. Mm-hmm. But man, this album from front to back. You
know, speaking of, you got Excursions, bugging out. Rap promoter Butter versus From the Abstract. So you really want to be in show business, vibes and stuff. The infamous.
That's my jam right
there. Check the rhyme, y'all. Everything is fair. Jazz, we got the jazz. We got the jazz. Do you know the relevance of a sky pager? What? And then here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario?
Can I say something here real quick?
Yeah.
I want to say this album came out in about 93, 94.
1993.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I heard Q-Tip a few times give a review on this album and what they was trying to get at on this album. And I'll say it again. I said it when we was doing another breakdown for another record at some point. But they were going for the West Coast sound on this album. If you listen to the tracks and the production of some of my favorite ones on this album is heavy bass in it, like heavy bass, real heavy bass, and that was a West Coast sound. And so they were going for something here. This ended up being their most renowned album, you know, depending on who you're talking to. Some people like Midnight Marauder, some people like, you know, other stuff, but I think this is probably their most well-known album. I think you can argue with somebody else, but I think this is their best album that people recognize. But they had
their own albums, and then they were on other stuff with the Native Tongue family, you know, like the JBs, Jungle Brothers, but and Q-Tip was, guest appearing everywhere. Fife did his own thing separately, but when they were together, I think Q-Tip did a lot of the early beats as well. It's like, yeah, they had a good sound at the time, and it was, somewhat original, even though it was still in that native tongue vibe, if you will. But it was, just lyrically, the tracks, it was just well put together.
Okay, so
what was that album before this one?
People's Instinctive Travels in the Path of Rhythm.
Now,
so
if you listen to that record and then listen to this one.
Yeah, that was the one with Left My Wallet in El Segundo, right?
Yeah, it's a much more fluffy, bubbly production as opposed to this one. Now, I think anybody could agree with that.
The production is definitely it definitely differs between album 1 and album 2. Where I was incorrect is that this album was actually done in 1991. That's when this album came out. I would have assumed 93, but it's a little bit earlier than that. That being the case, I don't hate to refute. I don't. There's nothing West Coast sounding in this album to me at all. I couldn't.
Really?
Oh yeah, nothing.
Oh my God.
Absolutely zero.
Yeah, especially when it hit Scenario, and that was all East Coast guys, and
well, I'm really strictly talking, not rap style. I'm really strictly talking about audio production. Like the audio production on this was it's if you listen to West Coast stuff, you're listening to more synthesizer, analog, more played out stuff than you are samples.
There's one thing with your ears, kids, and how you recognize a West Coast product. There's another thing when you have Q-Tip himself saying that.
I've never heard Q-Tip say this before, but I mean, if Q-Tip came out and he said he was looking for more of a West Coast feel, cool. I don't. West Coast music under normal pretenses is much more what I just described. Again, more analog, more 808, more synthesizer than it is samples. This album is sample ridden from the first minute to
a lot of horns.
Not just horns, but like Bob Power samples. It's the level of sampling that was done on this album. And when I say that,
want me to tell you the interview I heard it on Kids, so you can go look.
Okay.
There's a guy named I forget what they call him. They call him Math Hoffa. He's got a podcast, and they're all in his barbershop. You probably seen at least a clip or two of this. And that's exactly what Q-Tip said. They were trying to achieve the West Coast sound now. And I'm gonna tell you why it makes sense. Because for the first time in the East Coast history, the sound of hip hop was going to the West Coast late 80s, early into the 90s, like early in the 90s, 89, 90, 91. I could be a hip hop historian because I just love watching this stuff and how the sequences played out. And they knew it. The people on the East Coast knew that this was the more popular sound now. And so it doesn't surprise me when I see Q-Tip on that podcast saying exactly that. Now, when I listen to the record, I can almost agree with you when you say that I can't really detect, West Coast sound. But when I listen to the amount of 808 on some of these records, I know it's West Coast.
There's not a lot of 808 on this album, bro.
Oh man, there's some 808 all over this one. Trust me.
I'm
a producer.
I've produced music myself as well, sir.
Man. Okay. Continue with the breakdown.
I don't like. Are you you're trying to say that they didn't use drum samples and cut them up on this album? They used 808.
Kids, there's sample cutting up parts of this record, that record on every record during that time. I'm telling you, when I listen to this And in hindsight of listening to what Q-Tip said, I can definitely hear exactly what he's getting at there. With the amount of 808 and different things that he did, he's the main producer on this record. So when he's telling you this, I'm forced to believe it because I wasn't there when he was cutting it up, but I know what the sound sounds like.
Yeah, I also don't like. What I'm trying to really understand is what would you consider West Coast sound in 1991?
Let's just start with the 808. That wasn't a sound on the East Coast that was really overwhelming the sound out there. There's a lot of boom, bap, snare, drum, sample here, there, scratch here and there, and then all of a sudden
this might be the most boom bap album of them all. But continue.
I'm just trying to tell you the difference between the East Coast sound and the West Coast sound during that time. You had a bunch of cut-ups, James Brown breaks, loops, and things like that really drove most of the records on the East Coast. Every now and again, you get somebody like that came a little bit after your Master Ace, who really went to the West Coast sound on his record, his original solo record. But this is what was going on during the time. The East Coast knew the sound was drifting to the West. And so as everybody else tried to play catch up during the East Coast run, now the East Coast knew that they needed to play catch up to the West because that was a more popular sound. When they was riding out in the street, listening to people in their cars, it was more West Coast stuff being played. So if you listen to Q-Tip talk about that, that's exactly what he said.
When was the West Coast, when was the East Coast run? What years are we talking about here?
80s to maybe late 80s, early 90s, maybe early 90s.
Okay. So you're talking like Run DMC, Public Enemy, Eric B. and Rakim, and LL Cool J, Beastie Boys. That's what you're calling the East Coast run.
What would you call the East Coast run?
I would call the East Coast run from 90, that's just OG hip hop. That's just OG because the West Coast. I'm telling you right now. During that period of time, the West Coast and the East Coast kind of sounded the same. Like Ice-T didn't sound that much different than what you would get on the East.
No.
Well, DJ Evil E's from Jersey.
You know what I'm saying? Like the stuff out West did not sound that much different during 86 to 90 till this album came out. The East Coast run started with this album for the most part. This is like when the East Coast started. East Coast starts between basically 1991 with this album up until, in my opinion, I would say the release of Doggy Style, 1993, November, which is lined up against, I believe it's released on the same day as the Tribe Called Quest's next album.
You tripping.
I'm not. That's when things start to shift over to the West Coast with the launch of Doggy Style.
So it took Doggy Style.
No, Doggy Style, the sound was established. That's really the establishing.
What record came first, Doggy Style or America's Most Wanted?
America's Most Wanted was produced by the Bomb Squad in 19.
I'm
telling you, in 19.
Came first?
Huh?
Which record came first?
Clearly, the Ice Cube album.
Okay. What record came before that was a bomb? NWA, Eazy-E.
Yeah, listen to that album. It sounds like an East Coast album.
Oh, God, Lee. You mentioned, all right. Y'all gonna have to finish the break now. I'm gonna just be quiet.
It sounds like an East Coast album. There was really no real distinguishing West Coast sound at that time.
Until your DJ Quicks, until your Too Shorts, until your Sir Mix-a-Lot came down from Seattle, until your Cypress Hills.
So even Too Shorts sounded kind of East Coast with some more synthesizer. Like Too Short's super old school, right? Like he's like 88. His Oakland sound is a little bit of its own thing. I'll give him a bit more, just a bit more love as to being a guy who was a pioneer of that West Coast sound. His music did sound a little bit different than the rest of it, but for the most part, the West Coast sound didn't happen until after Above the Law, which is 1992.
Dude.
And then when Dre leaves Ruthless and really starts to formulate it.
That is so. All right, let me just say this, man. And this will be my last take on it. I think what we're in the midst of in this conversation is, I do think that there's I don't particularly, in Chicago, in the Chicago area, one thing that's unique about us is we grew up listening to everything. You know what I mean? It's not like we'll favor this or that. Anything that sounded good, we'd be playing it. And we have our own unique style and sound, which makes us unique as, people that, pay attention to the culture. It's not like we have favorites. You know what I mean? You can be an individual that like the East Coast sound more than the West Coast sound for whatever reason you did. But uniquely in Chicago and in the Midwest, we were very much consumers of everything. You might find somebody over here playing this, you might find somebody over there playing that, But I think what's going on here, Kez, and you just tell me if I'm wrong, I think you have a particular taste for an East Coast sound.
So the answer to that question is actually sort of like moot. I like both sides of this conversation.
No, you told me before you didn't really care for too much West Coast. You told me
I do lean more to East Coast rap, but that does not mean that I didn't listen to all of the stuff that we just finished talking about that was on the West Coast, whether it was Too Short, Ice Cube, NWA, DJ Quick, Sugar Free. Like there's a list of guys that I love, and Alcoholics that sounds East Coast. You know what I mean? Like there's
Dog. I mean, there's all kinds.
There's a list of guys on the West that I pay mad attention to.
Nate Dogg was straight up West Coast sound.
100%. But again, I'm just trying to get the timeline right here. It's got nothing to do with whether I like East or West more. I'm just saying that from when this album drops, you then get hit with a whole different sound of East Coast rap that isn't old school. You know what I mean? Like you got to call the stuff before 91 old school rap. That's just the easiest way to call it. After 91, you're looking at the birth of the East Coast stuff, which lasts basically up until 93, which includes groups like like the Fushnikins, like you name what rap sort of was coming out of New York at that time, and there is a plethora of groups that all of a sudden just came out.
Right quick. Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Now, when you listen to the beat that we use for Nomad at Night, the victory music or the intro music that we use, what do you think when you hear that?
Which song are we talking about? Which beat?
The beat we use for Nomad at Night.
Which beat? The beat that just played it as the intro. Play it. Feel free to play it.
That's the introduction to some extra sauce, man. That's not Nomad at Night. It's this beat. Now, what do you think when you hear that? Any particular coast, any particular... You muted, kids.
I would say it's probably a bit more West Coast leaning with the Roger Troutman type. You know what I mean? Like that's where I would say it's a little bit more West, but it does have some, some old school wop to it that you could call sort of old school as well.
What you think about it, Tris? Where's your head go when you hear it?
Ow. Isn't that Roger Troutman? Isn't that his thing?
It's that vocoder on there for sure.
Yeah.
Where you got that kind of, what do you call it? Synthesizer and It just got that feel. So I wouldn't really put it to a coast. It's kind of androgynous to me.
Like where I would agree with it being androgynous is you could find, like, I could almost guarantee you could find an Eric Sermon produced track that sounds a lot like that.
So without the vocoder and the Roger Troutman sound on it, you take that away from it, I don't think you would hear anything West Coast at all.
That's fair.
I'm just listening to you two guys describe what you're hearing. And now that I never really thought about it that way, I just do what I feel sounds good to me. But I can understand exactly what you mean when you say that. Both of y'all.
Yeah, same thing. Like
the
I say,
flavor is what I'm trying to get at. Like, what do you hear versus what I hear is what I'm trying
let's see. Raymond here sounds more East Coast inspired. And Kids Bingo sounds like a EPMD joint.
Yeah, it could be an Eric Sermon produced beat if you really wanted to sort of drill down. Eric Sermon has been, because of sample clearance, he's been known to truly sample Parliament P Funkadelic, which is a heavily sampled which is heavily sampled in on the West Coast. On the East Coast, with a lot of East Coast track, like it's just sort of fact. So like it could fall into EPMD, EPMD's portfolio if you really wanted to look at it.
For the record, if you want to put some truth serum in me and figure out what's more influential on me, I'm just being honest with you. And this has really nothing to do with the conversation, but I'll just tell you, I'm definitely more East Coast influenced than any other thing in the world because I just studied it more heavily. And so I don't have a particular, I would prefer East Coast because I love beats and lyrics. I love lyricists and I love hardcore beats that they lace up. That's just me. You know, that's what inspires me. Now, when my sound sounds a little West or my conversation sounds like I'm West leaning, it ain't that. I'm telling you, I'm East Coast music, hip hop, hardcore.
Again, I'm not, like I said, whether you lean to the East or the West, in my opinion, doesn't make much difference. I'm just trying to establish a timeline here, right? I don't, the West Coast, the sound didn't really take over rap until Doggy Style. Like Doggy Style changed the sound. It was a multi-platinum album, and folks sort of started to look towards that sound once that album was released. And that sound was different, in my opinion, than 100 Miles of Running, which is like the previous real big NWA record, right? And that would have been just before that.
America's Most
in
Wanted
between,
is right there in there. You got to remember that America's Most Wanted is right in there.
I'm ignoring that album completely because it's an East Coast produced album.
There was West Coast tracks in there that went crazy.
But it's produced by the Bomb Squad, who are East Coast guys.
It was not all produced by the West Coast. I mean, by the East Coast. It was partly produced by Sir Jinx and I forget the name of that group they was producing out of. But most of the hits that came out of that record came out of that. I forget what was the name of that. It was the Lynch Mob. That was the group that produced most of the hits on that record. No, even though Eric Sadler and the Bomb Squad and all those guys manned the entire record and made sure it was produced and mixed down and engineered and all that, the production from the Lynch Mob was probably more of the hits.
I'm like, there is clearly West Coast influence on that album. Ice Cube is from the West Coast. In my opinion, it's an East Coast produced album. It is the most East Coast sounding album Ice Cube has ever rapped on, right? You know what I mean? Like Death Certificate sounds way more West Coast. Everything else he's done sounds way more West Coast than America's Most Wanted. And it's part of the reason why I love that album, because it sounded like Public Enemy more so than anything else at that time.
Well, when back in the day when they would have the cassette releases, because this is before CDs, you know, it's like every Tuesday there would be, you know, a crap ton of releases, you know. I don't, you know, name the artist, but it was like, They're like $10 a piece, and it's like shit. I got like $40 to spend. Which 4 cassettes I'm gonna which 3 cassettes I'm gonna get as I go next door to get a slice of pizza up there on Broadway and Wilson. You know what I'm saying? You got to get your snacks, kids. So it's like, I'm gonna get these 3 this week and then come back next week for these. But then, like that next week, more stuff is being released, and that was just kind of the trend, East Coast wise. Before America's Most Wanted now, and then that came in, and then you had the West Coast people coming in as well. So it was East Coast thing for me, going back to the days of what was that, 1982, in the back of the school bus with Sugar Hill Gang, Rapper's Delight. And I was just been listening to it until the West Coast jumped up, and then I listened to them as well. But, by then I had been listening to East Coast shit for 10 years, before the first West Coast album even came up. So, there was no competition. It was just something different.
It was just, at that point, it was just rap music to me, regardless of side. What's interesting about me is I really getting into rap. Like, there was some rap here and there, but really getting into rap music at the time. I listened to mostly West Coast rap because it was super provocative, and it was what was on the radio, available on the radio in Florida when I would visit. Mostly, they weren't really playing LL Cool J; they were playing Eazy-E. They're playing NWA, FTP. You know what I mean? Like, that's what was on the radio, which is wild and crazy. But I'd make my little mixtapes. I'd take their mixes and bring them back to Canada. That's how I existed. Fast forward now to this album. This album basically makes guys like Biggie Smalls exist. Makes guys like the whole, the Wu-Tang Clan exist. Like, none of these guys would exist. Much of what EPMD wound up doing after their first 2 albums, which is branching out with guys like Redman, DOS Effects, etc., that has a sound that sounds closer to this than anything else. And to me, that's when the East Coast really started to exist. Factor in Snoop Doggy Dogg in 93, things change. The sound has been established. All of a sudden now you get Domino, you get Nate Dogg, you get all of the guys who sort of sound similar from the West, and the music starts to really bump on both coasts. Folks start leaning towards the West because, again, sonically, I have to agree, they had a very specific sound. And if you enjoyed the sound, you're going to enjoy the next guy. You know what I mean? You're going to enjoy the next rapper, the next LP. That sound more or less started to take off again after that Doggy Style LP, and that's my.
But who is West Coast that I always thought really sounded East Coast for the most part? Cypress Hill.
Yeah. There's some exceptions.
That whole clique, and I always associated what's those dudes that does jump around? I don't know why, for whatever reason. But what is the name of the clique that they ran in?
House of Pain.
No, not House of Pain.
You're talking about with Everlast
and who?
I always associated Be Real and whatever his name is. What's his name? Something Dog.
Sandog.
I always associated them all together. I don't know why. I thought it was some kind of clique that they all.
Well, Everlast he went east-west, but
you mean west-east?
Was it Rhyme Syndicate? No,
that's Ice-T, but Everlast was part of that.
I think it's the Soul
he was in that. Well, yeah,
I think it was Soul Assassins Trip.
So Soul Assassins,
DJ Muggs.
Soul Assassins is a DJ Muggs produced LP that featured both Everlast and.
I think he's the one that
Cypress Hill
for everybody as far as that goes, and that's why we associate some of that with it. I think
It also incorporates Funk Dubious, who's dope as shit.
Yeah, the funkiest, which were East Coast flavor.
Yeah.
Okay. Well. Listen to this one, and you guys have heard this one before. Tell me what you think, because I'm interested in you guys' thoughts about it.
Sounds like some kind of new age jazz.
Okay.
If we're denoting coast, it could technically be on. I could see a Kendrick Lamar rapping over top of that, who is a West Coast rapper who raps East Coast. I don't care who says what. To me, that's kind of where that fits. It fits a little bit in between the way that bass hits. Generally,
West Coast.
The drums, a little bit more East.
I don't know. I don't be thinking about none of it when I'm making it until when I'm done with it.
And you shouldn't. Doesn't matter.
When I'm done with it, I start thinking certain things once I've heard the thing in its completion. But when I'm making it, I'm not thinking neither one. But I'm definitely, my drums are definitely East Coast. That's what I'm thinking most of the time. I'm just being honest with you.
Those are definitely, in my opinion, East Coast drums. The rest of it does sound more, and that's
definitely West Coast. Yeah,
this is part of what I'm saying. Like on the East during this period of time, they were cutting. They weren't using 808. They were cutting samples. They were cutting drum breaks and meshing them together, and or even playing them out. So it's just a little bit different than what you would get with an 808, where you can just play the drums and they sound clean and crisp. It's like a tried true drum machine sound versus cutting things up and taking a break beat from God knows what and slicing it up so you get the sound. And I've watched Q-Tip do this in different interviews as well, just to sort of give you an idea as to him scribbling through different LPs, finding just a specific drum loop and then destroying it and turning it into something completely fresh and cool and new.
One of the things, kids, I'll tell you something, and this is just a little producer secret. Depending on who you are and how you emphasize how you start music, whether you're starting the music with a bass line, whether you're starting with a lead guitar, jazz sax, whatever it is, if you're like me, like I believe that everything starts with a drum rhythm. In my opinion, it's just the way I've always saw music, heard music. To me, that's the driving force of any track, any song that precedes it. It's come from the drum, gets people moving. And I figured out a way to kind of layer my stuff. And whatever you just heard on either one of those tracks, I got a little secret to making that shit really pop off. And I don't know that it's brand new, but it's something I've never really heard nobody do or saw anybody do to really bring out that element of that track, is really lace those drums and emphasize them and make sure that that's the thing that everybody hears and people move from that. So, I mean, it's not layering it like doubling your drums or anything. I just found a technique over the years, man. It took me a long time to figure it out, but I got some.
Sweet. Yeah, that's where I find the true difference in production style. Has a lot to do with the drums. And Jay Grizz asking about Hammer. Hammer's from Oakland. He's from Oakland.
I 357.
I'm gonna have to say,
hot though, man. How hot can you get?
Man, I ain't nothing but hip house.
Hey man, how hot can you get in Hammer?
I wouldn't really say he had an East Coast sound at all. He sounded much more West than, and like again, the time frame, like I was explaining, has to be established. Hammer comes out in around 1988, maybe. Like Hammer was pretty early and blew up relatively quickly. and held it down for a long period of time before
his pants and his dancing.
You know what I mean? Like he was holding it down while the East Coast was sort of going through this growth period.
Yeah, because Hammer was out before Naughty by Nature, right?
Yes, out before Naughty by Nature, out before this album as well. Out and again, and this is part of part and parcel as to why I'm saying like the West Coast sound hadn't been really established at that time, right? So they were dissing Hammer, and his stuff didn't really sound like West Coast music today.
Because who was Pete Nice and Third Base?
Third Base, yeah.
Third Base was on Hammer hard.
Bro, that's
and got ran out the industry.
What's that?
And got ran right out the industry as far as rappers go.
Well,
what's his face as a producer now?
One of them returned as an executive.
Yeah, the one with the glasses.
So what's interesting about those two comments is before sort of getting moved out of the industry in whatever capacity they did, they brought the world Nas.
De La Soul?
Well, no, they didn't. De La Soul, this is like De La Soul kind of brought themselves out. Like I'm trying to really think about it. De La Soul was brought up by Stetsasonic.
I just had to mention because I am wearing the shirt.
Yeah. De La Soul was brought up by Stetsasonic. But Third Base brought out Nas, and for the most part, helped him get his deal and blow up the way that he did. Not his first song. His first song is on Large Professor's Main Source, which is produced by two Canadian brothers. The second song is on MC Search's first LP, his first solo LP.
MC Search. There you go.
MC Search. That's the one with the glasses.
His fucking name, yeah.
But yeah, he became a major executive and A&R, and helped Nas get his first deal.
Because he was at Tommy Boy, I want to say.
Yep.
He was that album was a Tommy Boy. Wait a minute. He wound up working for Tommy Boy.
Profile of Tommy Boy. One of them.
He wound up working for Tommy Boy. There on Third Base was actually a Def Jam album.
Yeah, it was a Def Jam joint.
Yeah.
They produced. They got, and it's an abomination to even give MC Search credit for discovering Nas. He didn't discover shit. He just happened to be the white guy in the room that helped him get funding.
Well, you're right. No, he didn't. Like I said, he didn't discover Nas. Nas was discovered by Large Professor. So the song is Live at the Barbecue. That's the original first verse from Nas, and it's a crazy verse. But on that track is also Akinelli. I don't know if y'all remember Akinelli. Put it in you. You know what I'm talking. There's a couple other MCs on that track that wound up, sort of trying to move.
My name is Ak.
But Nas blew up off of that track. But he got him a deal at a really in a really good capacity where he didn't make that much money. And I'm talking about MC Search because that story's out there on the internet if you want. I'm sure I believe it's on Drink Champs, that he was sort of talking about helping Nas get on and not really taking a lot of points out of that deal. But yeah, kind of like this is what I'm talking about. Like that little 2-year period of rap is wild and crazy. There's a lot of change and establishing of a sound, and in the meantime, the West Coast was really building their own sound. And during those 2 years are the two Above the Law albums, and that's where the sound kind of really starts to take place. They're amazing albums. I love both of those albums. But that's where that G-Funk sound really comes out of.
I'm gonna tell you, I gotta tell you a couple of my favorite joints on there. One of them starts off with Q-Tips just kind of ad-libbing. I want to introduce you guys to my man Ron Carter on the
bass.
That joint and Show Business. When he's got Lord Jamar and Sadat X from Brand Nubian. I think he's got maybe one or two other guys on there. And you know what's important about that track to me, I love the beat, number one, but number two, the message that they were trying to give to everybody during that time about the people in the business. And you know, I'm talking about, you know, whack promoter, that cut too, that all of those things were messages to me. It was messages of people that think from the outside looking in, everybody thinks they want to be a rapper. Everybody thinks they want to be in this business. Let me show you how this business is. They cutthroat and they suck. And you have to fight for every damn dime. And they were giving you that message during this album. And it was valuable to me. I learned a lot from this album. And, you know, subsequently, some of the stuff that followed after this album, it's great because they were teaching as well as, you know, giving you beats and rhymes. That's the value to it.
For me, my tracks on this album are basically, you know, there's 4 of them. And the 4th one I'll just say right away is Scenario. Scenario is a great track. Love the track. But the ones that I don't play today, I go back and I play Excursions, which is, I believe, the first song on the track or on this LP. Back in the days when I was a teenager, before I had status and before
I had a pager.
One of my favorite tracks of all time. I then love Bugging Out. Fife's verse in Bugging Out is one of the dopest verses, and it makes me stop and recognize how overlooked Fife was at the time as an MC. And if you go back and you listen to any of their stuff, Fife kind of shines a lot more so than Q-Tip does. Like back in the day, Q-Tip really outshined and he was the superstar. But damn it, in retrospect, Fife was super duper real, and it really, really sticks out on Bugging Out. The next song that I really love on this album is Vibes and Stuff, man.
I always thought that Fife was the better MC. Yeah. Whereas Q-Tip was more of the, you know, Hollywood front guy, you know. Yeah. You know, he was out there dating Nicole Kidman and Janet Jackson. You know, he was out there like that. Whereas Fife was just in his rhyme book.
Fife was he's just a real talk.
Neither one of them are very lyrical.
Oh, Fife. I don't know if he really. I mean, Fife's. What was his album? He had his own joint.
It's a much better album than you would expect it to be.
Yeah,
it's got a lot of
in the conversation of great lyricists ever.
There's a reason for that, because he was always overshadowed by the other guy in the group, right? And then that's it. If you go back and you listen to Fife is actually really good.
Well,
his solo joint was dope. I have to say it. And you know, you'd be surprised if you went back and took a look.
You wouldn't hear Q-Tip in the conversation of great lyricists, but what they did together. And how
there is nothing in Q-Tip's repertoire that comes off to me as great lyricist.
No,
he's good at the punchlines. You know, he's good at the ad lib stuff. But Fife, you know, had lyrics.
Well, Q-Tip's I think this is album. His tone, his sounded like he had a, you know, stuffed up nose all the time. And that had an effect on how people viewed him in the first place. Is just how he came off sonically on a record. You know, Fife, he's an average rapper, man. And God bless his soul. But he was just an average rapper, and both of them were average rappers.
5 foot assassin.
Do me a favor. You know, one of these days when you're driving around, find the Fife album and listen to it.
You can never ever convince.
Why?
Trust me,
it's just music, damn it.
I know a great lyricist when I hear one.
I'm not saying he's you know what I mean. He's not. Fife is not Nas. What I am saying is he's a lot better than anybody gave him credit for at the time, and that that solo album has a lot more Caribbean flavor that he didn't really bring in full go to A Tribe Called Quest. And you start to see it, and it's actually dope. Like I have to say.
I tell you a guy on the East Coast that didn't get a lot of credit for his lyricism because his production was so good. Large Professor.
I never really liked Large Professor's beats. I don't know why, but they were always
Sadat X is another one within the group of Brand Nubian that didn't get all. Sadat X is dope.
Well, any real rapper should hold Sadat X in very high regard.
What's his album?
Which one? Wild Cowboys?
Wild Cowboys. There you go.
He's one of my
Dottie X is dope.
He's one of my favorite rappers, period. And the lesson to be learned from Sadat X is that sometimes you don't have to rap at all. Some shit doesn't have to even rhyme.
But think about we're gonna do that record soon. But I'm gonna give you a prelude to that record. But there was a record that happened with Brand Nubian that Grand Puba was a big Lumen influence on that record, and it came across well on the East Coast at least. I don't know how people received it everywhere else, but it was a huge record on the East Coast. Grand Puba was heralded as one of the up-and-coming top MCs on the East Coast. And I believe, and that's just my opinion, that really went to his head and he branched off of that situation way quicker than he should. And everybody wrote Brand Nubian off. But lo and behold, let me finish this one, Trips. Lo and behold, who led that second album? It was Sadat X, and you forgot Grand Puba was even there. That's how good Sadat X was.
Yeah, Puba.
Wasn't he in was it Masters of Ceremony?
Masters of Ceremony, and this is when I was like, Puba's a lot older than Dot X or Lord Jamar. He's a lot older, so he's been doing this on stage for a long time. And what he really is, and somebody sort of mentioned it in the chat, he's just a guy with a flow. He has a flow, and he can freestyle his way through stuff that you would be very surprised by. For instance, the entire anytime you heard Pete Rock rap, it was a Grand Puba verse.
Yeah,
he wrote all of Pete Rock's stuff. He wrote a lot of other people's stuff that you would be surprised by, because where his mindset wasn't trying to be in a group with these two guys. He didn't care. He was just trying to get money and get women. You know what I mean? To use the right word. That's all he was trying to do. So they try to get him in the studio. He wouldn't show up. They pay him to write a verse. He'd write a verse, mail that in, come get some money, and leave. Wasn't trying to be in the studio doing this thing. They finally corralled the guy to do his first LP, and he did the LP, and it actually worked out. But you know, for the most part, to my understanding, most of that LP is like just him hammered in a studio freestyling. Cuts.
All right, I gotta shorten this because we gotta give some closing thoughts before we get out of here at the 5-hour mark. I told you guys for a reason. You gotta get out at the 5-hour mark. But one of the last things I would say about this album in particular produced one of the greatest lyricists the world has ever seen. What's his name, Kids and Trips?
Probably Busta Rhymes.
Say that again? Bust?
Busta Rhymes is in effect.
So you realize that Busta Rhymes had an album before this.
But his highlights came from here.
And that's like, it's just one song.
Well, no, but this and
a remix to a song.
Yeah, because Busta Rhymes was basically the leader of leaders of the new school. You know, Charlie Brown, Dinko D, they were, the ad-lib guys.
I'll give him a little bit more credit than that, but definitely the leader.
On this album, there's a little story Busta Rhymes wasn't so long before Q-Tip was in that chair with Math Hoffa. They brought Busta first. They got a story from Busta and interviewed him, and then they brought Tip after that. And so what was going on with Busta at that time is they was breaking up with the leaders of the new school. And Q-Tip kept having him come over to the studio. Q-Tip just knew that this was the piece to hang on to. He knew Busta was dope. And Busta just kept getting doper and doper over time, and he still keeps getting doper than me. But this is when he really started to really shine. And, you know, everything subsequent to this is just, to me, layers on the cake. I think Busta, out of this album and Q-Tip's insistence on it, I mean, there's a lot of little underground records that he had him on too, that I've heard mixtapes, you know, but this is Q-Tip really, really accentuated Busta Rhymes, man, and his music, his beats really accentuated that shit. But
I do agree, you know, to an extent. I do have to say that, you know, this is 91, right? So just before this album comes out, comes the Leaders of the New School album, and it is. I'm trying to think if both of the albums came out by this point, but I think it's just the first one. No, it's just the first album. It's one of my favorite as a kid going to high school. Just another case of that old PTA. Like some of the tracks on that album were super juvenile, super funny, made for a teenager at that time.
They were in high school.
They were in high school too. They're you know, just maybe a couple of years older than me. I could relate to what they're saying. They could relate to me. Just the general style of that, even right down to the tracksuits they were wearing. You know, the whole thing from LONS to me was super dope. I really liked it. But if you check out the Dante Ross stuff, so Dante Ross is.
You ain't got that much time, kid.
Don't worry, I'll get us out of here. Dante Ross produced basically executive produced. He was the A&R who signed 90% of the people we've talked about today. You know, outside of the West Coast stuff. Q-Tip, Brand Nubian, MF Doom as well, Third Base, like you name it, all Dante Ross. He goes through how all of this stuff comes together and really goes down the road that you were just on, and that is basically Busta Rhymes and Charlie Brown hated each other the entire time. The song, classic. The song Sob Story on that album is a diss track to Charlie Brown, who only figured it out after he wrote and recorded his verse on the same song. Charlie Brown was trying to get Busta Rhymes to chauffeur him around in his new whip. That is what Sob Story is about. So these two guys were never going to last long in this group. He dissed them on their own cut, on their own LP, which is wild to understand down the road. Anyways, as that group breaks up and falls apart, Busta kind of found a little bit of an outlet with Q-Tip to do Scenario, and once he did, he kind of opened up the floodgates for him to do all of the Flip Mode Squad stuff. So, anyhow, that's history.
I'll tell you what, one of the better, let's just say, top 50 albums I've ever heard in my life.
50?
Top 50.
Wow.
I mean, we can argue about who I think is above all that, but that's just my taste buds. You know, music consumption is all about taste buds, man. It's just, you know, everybody that ranks this.
If you genre'd it, if you put it in a genre,
I don't even do all that. I'm just talking about
being hip hop. This was top 50 hip hop album you've ever heard?
Top 50, yeah.
Hip hop? Really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard better records.
Black Moon, nice.
A lot better records. But
yeah, we mentioned DJ Evil D.
You know, I have my particular taste buds and what I like, but you know, I mean, that's me, and you have your type, and I didn't like Leaders of the New School record, but who
you're talking about the Leaders record?
No, I'm just saying you just got to gloating about how much you like that. I didn't really care for it, other than Busta Rhymes' part. You know, that's just me. But you saw that differently. Trips probably saw it differently. Any Johnny from the left field might have saw it differently as well, but that's just taste buds. And I had to learn that over time that, how you receive something versus how I and the next person receives something is totally
I'm laughing because I saw, one of those stupid posts that's like, hey, you're driving for 12 hours. You can only listen to 4 artists, and they're like 12 artists listed, from Kanye to like J. Cole and Pusha T and Lil Wayne. So I type in Silence It Is.
Oh, wow.
Because I don't like none of them shits.
And that's funny, man, because again, that just accentuates what I was just saying. What somebody else likes that's that particular taste. Telling me that this ain't good or that ain't good, and me telling you that this is good or that ain't good.
All subjective.
It'll enter us into a whole bunch of conversation, but it is very much subjective. Very much so.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's what we had with that, man. Great album. One of the better albums I've heard in hip hop, but there's a lot of albums in hip hop that we can cover. We might not stay at hip hop. We might do other albums. We almost did something completely different today, but we'll start branching out into some of that in a little bit. But maybe with some of these two's suggestions, man, we review some albums differently. But man, great show tonight. I love the content. Hopefully everybody got a little something out of that, whether it was what you needed to hear from the Bears content, whether it was what you needed to hear from the Doomsday Survival. You had a good time listening to the food breakdown, the drink breakdowns, and this album review. Whatever part of the show that you found particularly fun, I hope you got what you came here looking for, because we try to give it all to you, man. But great show, man. You want to leave these guys with some last thoughts, kids, and trips?
Yeah, true. I just can't listen to him as a producer because he bites all old house music and he
What are we talking about?
Kanye.
Kanye?
And pushes it off as his own. Yeah, so fuck that guy. But yeah, big up to everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Shout out to Chef Trips for doing his thing earlier with the cooking. His channel at Chef Trips. And then there's Sports Chicago Style, at RRSCS, as well as the Nomad Network and Kids Canuck. Please make sure you are subscribed to all 4, that is. And OTAs are rolling up there at Hallis Hall, and the June 1st cuts will be next week. Not really expecting cuts from the Bears, but other teams. Who shakes loose? We shall find out. So cool. So look forward to seeing y'all Sunday night.
Yeah, it'll be a couple of cuts, I'm sure. But it is what it is. We'll see what it all looks like there next week. Get an understanding of all that. And again, thank you guys for supporting us once again. We appreciate that. We'll catch you right here on Sunday, and then again next week, Wednesday, just after those cuts have been in place. But I had a good time, man. We chopped it up generally about hip hop. I can talk hip hop all day long, if ever asked. But yeah, man, I enjoyed it, and I will enjoy whatever we're looking at with regards to potential new players coming to the team after those cuts have taken place. Big shout out to the chef for chopping it up and doing it one more time, and we'll see him in a couple more weeks towards the end of June. That being said,
kid, you got to find you some grits.
I do. I'm gonna hunt some grits now, see if I can find some in Canada, because I don't know what the hell's going on. There must be some sort of reason for that. Yeah, we skipped the BDP thing. I was gonna bring Karis one up, but
I did mention D Nice and the TR-808.
You did say D Nice with the TR-808. That is correct. Yeah, man. But yeah, we'll call it a night, man. We really appreciate you guys. Shout outs to Scrolls and Pilgrim and Ben Williams, Crimson, Joseph Archer, AC Adam, Jay Grizz. Shout out to all you guys, man. Thanks for coming through. ATF, FFG. Big ups to all y'all, man. Thanks for coming through, and we'll catch you again on the flip side. No, man.
Hey, man. We'll cover a lot of records.
Karis won't get so many styles.
We'll cover a lot of records, but first I want to give my shout outs and thanks to the chef that always shows up with something unique, something different. Great performance, man. Great. That was great, man. I appreciate the chef. So you make sure you let them know, Trip. But man, thank everybody for being here. Number one. Number two, thank these two guys on the show for always, rocking it the way we rock it. And it was a good thing, man. Again, like whatever particular part of the show that was more fun for you, man, thank you for being here and receiving it. Me, I'm more of, hey man, check some boxes, man, and make sure you're covered in your real life. Outside of everything else we talked about, the Bears are going to be great. I'm just going to tell you that right now, and I hope we broke that down in a way that you guys can receive it the right way and see exactly what we were talking about on that. Hope the food breakdown was good, the drink breakdown was good, but the album breakdown, we're going to do more of that because I can see that it definitely generates a whole lot more back and forth between us, man, because I would say this to end the show. It is all about taste buds when it comes to whether you're watching a movie or listening to a song or a record. It is really all about your taste buds. And it took me a long time to humble myself to that belief and knowing that, I used to think the world of this, that, or the third musically. And then you go to the next person and you express how much you enjoy that particular artist in this record. And they just like, what? Yeah, that wasn't nothing. And it almost, because you enjoyed it so much, it almost gets you kind of defensive and a little feisty because like, oh, what's wrong with you? How come you don't like it? You know what it is? It's what Tripp said. It's the subjectivity to it. It's basically, my mind doesn't work like yours. Yours doesn't work like mine. My emotions don't work the same as yours. Yours doesn't work like mine. And so what might have tickled my fancy may not have done anything to yours. Vice versa. And so remember, as we're breaking down these records and we're breaking down these movies and giving you these reviews, remember that aspect, you will enjoy it all. You can humble yourself to it and know that it's just that person's opinion and you'll leave it there. And so with that being said, I just want to thank you all for being here one more time and just know there's a whole lot more coming. We're going to have a good time doing the show Sunday. Might be some breaking news. I hope Tripp's just kind of, he's just trying to weigh on the direction of the breaking news. It might happen. Something might happen. Never know. Never know. We'll see. We'll see what happens Sunday night, man. We'll keep our eyes on the business and see what happens. But I just want to thank you one more time and leave you guys with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.